opportunity to please,
I couldn't hear that.
I say I want to give you an opportunity to cover the issues you raised after we agreed that we shall be signing this statement during the tea break, and then you made statements that to me sounded like a complaint, and you referenced yet a third statement. So for purposes of clarity, I would like you to go over that again.
Before you explain, Commissioner, throughout the morning I've been noticing that you are straining your ears, leaning forward, as if you have difficulty hearing what's being said. And I did not notice that when you were here previously. I don't know, are there problems with the sound? Or is there something with you today, Commissioner?
I think I'm aging, Commissioner. I'm losing everything. Even the sight, I can't, but at least when I'm wearing, I can read. Because the most important thing is to read.
I'll ask our technical people to just check the sound and try to establish what the issue is over the tea break, of course.
Thank you.
And
Thank
so
you,
that you don't have to strain yourself.
Okay.
I would like for you to hear us properly.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Now, can you give the explanation that Ms. Sillo asked for? I hope you still remember what...
Thank you, Chair.
The matter raised before the statement.
No.
No.
I just didn't want any concerns you may have to go unaddressed. So you had said something and placed them on record, but I wasn't sure exactly what your complaint is, and I didn't want to summarize less like I got it wrong. So I'm giving you an opportunity to please state succinctly what your issue is with statements previously provided. And as I said, you reference yet a third statement, and if you could just explain what that is.
No, we submitted, remember during the time of consultation, my attorney submitted, my then attorney submitted and amended, you see, because I felt that some of the words that were used, they were not representing me correctly. And I didn't have enough time, that time, to read each and every sentence, each and every thing. You see, I wanted to know, do we receive it and are we accepting it, or we are saying we took an oath on the first one, we stick to the first one. It's not a complaint per se, but it's a content that I'm raising. And again, I was sticking to this one and the first one, that one you must forget. If the commission says so, it's fine with me, but I wanted to raise that. It is not a complaint, but I was raising that. So I'm not a legal fundi. I'm representing myself today. I must be clear so that I don't say the commission is unfair to me.
No, fair enough. Perhaps if I can address that. You would have next to you what we call the witness statement and annexure bundles that you submitted during your first appearance. To if we could just assist Mr. Mkonazi to find those. And that is the statement and annexures we worked off where, during your first appearance, first and last appearance.
Ms. Hillo, maybe while they are still assisting.
Yes, yes, Commissioner.
I think what Commissioner Mkonazi is referring to is a corrected version of his original statement. We have a file here with a statement that is 39 pages long. And because this statement is clean, I know that it's not the one we worked off previously, because that one would have had my handwritten notes. So what he wants to know is whether the commission accepts this statement.
I aim to get specifically to that. And in order to do so, I must take it a step at a time. Otherwise, we are all going to lose track as to what we mean when we reference Commissioner Mkonazi's statement. So I have to take it from the beginning, which is on his first appearance. So those are the files that we had and were submitted into record, being your statement and your annexures. And they would go to, I think, annexure JD 15. Do you confirm that, Mr. Mkonazi?
I was noting what you're saying.
I'm back to your first appearance. You had a statement with annexures. That is yours with its 15 annexures.
Are you saying this is one of the bundles?
I'm saying when you first appeared, you had a statement and 2 files of annexures.
Yes.
Yes. Now, that statement has got 15 annexures marked JD1 to JD15. Is that correct?
You are correct.
Okay. So when you last appeared in December of 2025, that is the document and it's annexures that we were working from. Correct?
Yes.
There was a discussion during the course of your testimony about the possibility of you supplementing your statement, and after your appearance, you were reminded of a right to supplement, and we said whether on invitation by the commission or not, if you want to supplement, you're at liberty to. You recall that conversation with you?
Yes.
Okay. And you then sought to supplement, and you filed with the commission's attorneys a statement you called an amended statement, which you said was a supplementary, with 61 annexures. Do you remember that?
No, I didn't say it's a supplementary.
You say it's an amended?
Yes.
Yes. So you sought to amend the statement that we had worked off in December already. Correct? It has to be correct.
Are you saying
You wanted to change the statement that we had worked off in December, the one with 15 annexures.
I amended it, yes.
You amended it.
Yes.
And now in that amended, you actually, the amended Julius Mkwanazi's statement now had 61 annexures. The file is being handed over to you. That's what you.
Yes. I remember it because out of the engagement that we had on the days
Yes.
of consultation. That's what we had, yes.
And in our engagements with you and your attorney and during the consultation, we realized that you numbered the annexures JD1 to JD61, but effectively the bulk of them were a rearrangement and renumbering of annexures that are already on record as JD1 to JD15. And we said, you can't do that, it's going to cause confusion. Okay? Because there is a risk that one document may end up with 2 annexure numbers, either JD3 from the December 25 session, and by April 2026, JD3 now is also JD59. And we can't have that situation because it makes it impossible to read the material. Do you remember that conversation?
Yes.
And we suggested that to the extent that there are new annexures that you want to add, please prepare a supplementary statement, a separate supplementary statement, raising the issues you want to raise and attaching the new annexures.
Yes, but my concern is not about only the attachment or annexures. Or let me say I use annexures, use attachment. It's about the wording too. You see, may I raise it, Commissioner?
Yeah.
I felt that when the other witnesses were raising issues, you see, it was not in their statement, I read their statements. It was not alleged, it was said, he has done that. But on mine, when it came from you, as the commission, or when the person was typing or correcting it, it's now everything that I'm saying, it's allegedly. Even though we've got case numbers, even though in some of the things we've got evidence, but it is twisted as alleged. That's my real concern. That's why I've said the wording. I didn't talk about the attachment, you see. That I
What
felt
was
that the
the-
wording doesn't represent me. It represents the commission, not me. That means I'm saying, yes, I was given a few seconds or few minutes, commissioners, I was not even, this time you referred to me, say, on a break time, it's 6 pages, you see. But that time it was a thick document.
The allege that you seem to be complaining about, was it in your original statement? Or?
Yes, commissioners. Yes, it's not a complaint per se, commissioners. I'm saying, can you look at that, you see, so that I'll be happy.
It's either a complaint or a concern. I'm not even sure myself what the difference is.
Yes.
But surely it must be somewhere there.
Commissioner.
Yes, Mr. Ilo. I know, I just wanted to get an
I
idea of
understand that.
where the allege that the commissioner is referred
Indeed.
to is said to have been. Where exactly was it?
Yes, and I think I was grappling with the actual concern. That's what I'm trying to wrap my mind around, but that's a mental exercise I'll undertake on my own. At some point I'll understand. But thank you for that. Commissioner Kumala.
Silo, can I ask a question? Is there any difference in substance between what Commissioner Mkhwanazi wants us to accept as the amended/revised statement and the original statement? In substance, so the words he says, yes, that's what I wanted to say, but I prefer to use a different word and not that one. But the substance of what we are dealing with, is it different? Is he saying something different to what was in the original statement? Because my view is if he doesn't, then we should consider this as part of his evidence, unless you say he's changing his evidence, therefore we should not accept it.
No, Chair, sorry, Commissioner Kumalo. The issue we took with Mr. Mkhwanazi is the duplication of annexures.
Let's ignore the annexures for
All
now,
right.
just the
Now,
39-page statement. Ignore the annex. In other words, what I propose to do is to read the original statement together with this one, so that where I refer to annexures, I will have the original statement in front of me so that I know which annexure applies to which paragraph.
I think if memory serves me well, the only issue of substance was an introduction of about a 4-page issue. I'm trying to identify here, which I take it is now addressed in the latest supplementary. Otherwise, there is not much difference in substance.
So if we were in court, I would ask you if you are prejudiced, if we accept this as part of his evidence. So we read both the original and the revised together. To the extent that we need to look at an annexure, we'll obviously look at the original, because the original is what tells us where each annexure is. We don't want to look at the supplementary for that purpose, because it will cause the very confusion that you say will be caused.
The difficulty, Commissioner, is that you won't know which annexure. When Mr. Mkhwanazi prepared the annexures, a single annexure could potentially run into about 20 pages, and it's a multiplicity of documents. And now he wants to split up the documents and give them a different annexure number.
That's what I say we don't
Now,
want to do. So
yes.
for the purposes of looking at the annexures, I would look at, say, paragraph 29 of the revised statement, and I would try to locate that paragraph in the original statement. And when I find it, I will read it with the annexure that was originally part of the original statement. That way, I'm not looking at the same annexure twice, and it avoids the very difficulty that you say will arise if I were to look at annexures as if I'm reading them together with the revised statement for the first time.
I perhaps understand, except that it will only make sense for ourselves here as we work through the documents and the reader of the transcript in due course, if you take that statement as a narrative. So to follow the narrative that he wants, and you ignore every reference to an annexure, because the moment you go into the annexure, then you are going to run into difficulties, because what is now annexure JD 13, in that amended statement, you have a JD 13 already that in the original, that doesn't speak to the point being made. So we had suggested that you can do the same, take out references to annexure numbers and put page numbers of the annexure, the annexure file itself. So if it is part of JD 13 and it is from page, particular document you want is 600 to 620, just say pages 600 to 620, then we can locate. That was the discussion, the basis on which we parted. Now, before I fully respond to your question and your suggestion, Commissioner Kumalo, he then filed, and that is the basis on which we parted last time. Then he files this document that is before us that we now call a supplementary statement, the one that we say he's going to sign during the tea break. So now we have three. We have the original December statement. We have this one that I would
amended,
say,
the
amended statement as he has termed it, and then we have this supplementary today. I'm in your hands how we navigate them, but our previous attempt to incorporate that amended statement into what is quote unquote his testimony, with the annexures as he referenced them, it gave us a headache, but perhaps we are slow thinking. So if the commissioners want to accept that statement, we can accept it as an amended statement, but I would urge you not to follow the annexures, because this supplementary statement that we are signing now at T has reverted to the numbering of the first. That is why he starts with JD 16, Roman 1. The last one was JD 15. So where all that lends us, I don't know. But I'm in your hands.
I think you and I are on the same page.
Okay.
Because my proposal is that we don't discard the original statement, because to locate the annexures, we need the original statement, because our transcript will reflect annexure pages and the evidence relating to those annexures based on the original. Now, there would be no transcript that deals with annexures as they appear in the amended or revised. And there would be no evidence on the revised annexures. All he's asking for, as I understand, is that this 39-page statement, because it corrects the wording, and that's all it does. That's why my first question was, in substance, does it change anything? So if we look at paragraph 28, for example, 29, which says the email trail attached is JD so-and-so, I would look for that paragraph in the original statement, and I would read it together. And for the purposes of locating the annexure, I would look at the original statement, because otherwise my transcript won't make sense. And that's the only way really around it. We take the statement as is without the annexures. And then for the purposes of locating annexures, we still use the original statement.
And that is part of the challenge, Commissioner Kumalo, because now this phrase you just read, the emails is JD whatever. If you go to the original statement, you won't find that statement. So you will not be able to locate that annexure. That is part of the challenge. Perhaps
Commissioners,
via media might
just a minute, you'll get an opportunity.
We accept the amended statement. As I say, substantively, it's not much different from the original. It does have an addition on a specific topic, which I said he is quite entitled to either file a separate statement on or testify to in oral testimony, but whichever. But then the annexures to that amended statement don't make it into the record, because that's where the problem arises. The annexure file and annexure references are for reference purposes only. But when we talk of Mr. Mkwanazi's annexures, we are talking about 18 annexures, not 61 as the amended statement intends to. He will indicate whether, if we approach it that way, he then loses the opportunity to place before the commission some or other annexures. That's the best I can come up with, commissioners, and as a solution.
Yes, you wanted, thank you, Ms. Sillo.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Mkhwanazi, you wanted to say something.
Commissioners, I don't want to feel discriminated or prejudiced. You see, why I'm saying this, on the last testimonies, on the second day, the commissioner, the chair, made the comments, and I said, but chair, there's a document talk to that. And the chair asked in this commission, which document is that? You see, that's when the leading, or the evidence leader came in and said, Commissioner Mkhwanazi's documents are still being sorted. It was the second day, ne? And I felt that I'm being prejudiced because I've attached, I may not articulate in terms of your legal language and everything, but I feel that I've got a defense because I've got documents that talks to that, and I feel that all those documents must be. Because to be honest, I agree with...
Before you go on, just a quick question. The documents that you say you have, in which I understand are documents attached to the amended statement, do those documents differ from the documents that we already have and the additional ones that you have, or rather that you've attached to the 6-page statement? Are there any additional documents? Because my understanding of what Ms. Sillo is saying is that the documents are not different, but that you've split up some. The result or the upshot of which is that you have more attachments than we have in the original documents and the additional documents to your 6-page statement. But otherwise, additional numbering rather, but the documents are the same, as I understand, Ms. Sillo. So that resulting, as I say, from you having split up some of the annexures. Do you accept that that is so?
I accept, but if the chair may recall that when you are already here, you can't confirm documents. You see, you must answer, and it will take the whole day to sit in. But we submitted all our documents. If I'm assured that all the documents are there, and as Commissioner Kumalo have said that, if sometimes you feel that we need to revenge check, that is talking to what I'm saying, I'll be happy.
I just wanted to be sure of the factual issue. Are the documents the same? But what explains your 60 or 61?
61, Chair.
What explains your 61 is the fact that you've split up some of the attachments or annexures.
No, I take that.
I understood you to be saying that is indeed the position.
Oh, yes, I take that, Commissioner.
All right, thank you. I came in, you were still explaining. I just wanted to understand the attachments. Please continue if you've not...
No, you have just summarized it.
You
have just summarized it.
All right.
I don't want to delay the commission.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Sillo, can I?
Yes, Commissioner.
I'm looking at the two statements, and the 39-page and the original statement. So it's the revised amended statement and the original statement.
Yes.
And looking randomly at a paragraph, and in this case I'm looking at paragraphs 29 of the original statement and of the amended statement. They're not a copy of each other. So there's additional information in the 39-page,
yes,
which wasn't there in the original statement. It seems to me, and subject to what you think and the chair's direction, that you may have to navigate the amendments that have been made so that they go on record, to the extent that an amendment is not reflected in the original statement. So if you look at that 29, The original one didn't have names. It had Medicare 24, Cat VIP Security Company.
Yes.
Those are no longer appearing in the new 29, but there are actually names of people in that 29. It's just a random example.
Indeed.
And it may be that in presenting the evidence, you then need to touch on these new changes or new information that is now being placed before us by way of a revised statement.
Thank you, Commissioner. I agree with you. To Commissioner Kumalo's question, I said substantively there is not significant change, except for a particular topic that I think he introduced in the amended statement, which we don't have a difficulty with its introduction. So, as I say, we can use the amended statement as a narrative. But when we speak of his formal statement, it has to be the first statement, but we will touch on the aspects that he raises in the second. Our second alternative would be, for record purposes, to take the amended statement but delete references to annexures. Then we read both, together. In fact, 3 now.
Can you, instead of deleting, because it's his statement, can you not cross-refer back to, so for example, where he says JD4, if JD4 in the amended statement or in the revised statement, if JD4 is a different document or annexure or the number in the original statement, you then just give it a page number in the original. It's a lot of work that will require
not only is it a lot of work and painful work, it is that then would require the evidence leaders to determine what constitutes the annexure, and I have a difficulty with that. The annexures are attended by the witness, and if he wants to put a particular document or certain parts of a document, it's up to the witness to do so. So if we sit as evidence leaders and try and determine what from annexure JD4 is what he wants to attach at this juncture, then I think we'd be skating on very thin ice. But before we definitively answer this, if I may ask Commissioner to turn to what we call the supplementary statement, the one we're dealing with before we, and I want to refer to an example of how we had suggested the problem be resolved. And in that statement, he starts off so, Mr. Mkwanazi, that is. So if you look at paragraph 1, paragraph 1 speaks to EMPD promotions. He wants to specifically address that issue. And part of the documentation he requires in support of submissions he makes are to be found in JD12. But JD12 is a bundle of documents. So the specificity he provides at the last sentence of that paragraph, JD12 pages, you see he lists the numbers. That is how we had suggested. He can use the amended statement, but rather do this. Then we retain the annexure numbering. So he seems to have done this once in this statement, and then he abandoned it. So personally, I would prefer that he makes his own election as to which documents from JD12 support the point he makes. As I say, it would be skating on very thin ice once we make that determination for him, because then he may very well say that we are withholding certain documents.
No, maybe let me explain what I was suggesting.
Yes, Commissioner.
It's not what you think.
Oh.
What I was suggesting was where his revised statement says JD4.
Yes.
Right? If that JD4 in the revised statement is a document that was already annexed to the original statement.
Yes.
And it was JD4 or JD12, we make that kind of cross-reference as he's testifying. Not necessarily that you go and sit down with him, but when he gets to that paragraph, and if you're going, say, for example, to refer him to paragraph 30 as revised, and he's got JD4 there, you then say, or he says, JD4 is in fact JD so-and-so in the original statement. That's the idea I had in mind. Not that you sit and make those choices.
Okay.
It's not your statement. You don't get to decide what goes into it.
We could do so, except I don't know if he'll be in a position to zoom in as he testifies with that accuracy. If, for instance, it's part of JD4, but now it's what in the amended statement he calls JD14, it would be for us to assume that JD14 is to be found, is part of JD4 and find the correct pages. Now, sitting with Ms. Poe here probably is an exercise we can make. I don't think he can, because he would have to have both the annexures open before him and then make that exercise. Chair, as I see it's gone past tea, perhaps a cup of coffee might help clear the mind as to know how to overcome this quagmire.
Thank you, Ms. Lo. I had been thinking that for purposes of you either leading or probing, it may be practically difficult for you to be able to engage in an exercise that goes into the amended statement at this stage.
Yes.
So I was thinking whether we should not start along the lines of whatever it is you had planned to do.
Yes.
Which I assume will focus on the 6-pager and then possibly whatever probing, but to try to accommodate what my colleagues have said, which is we cannot ignore this statement. It's before us now, the amended.
Yes.
It's before us now. And because you said in terms of substance, there's not much difference.
No, we don't have a difficulty with it.
In terms of substance.
Indeed.
So between now and whatever point, you may then look into, or rather look at the amended statement and look at what points you then want to cover in accordance with what Commissioner Baloyi suggested. Cover with the witness. And if you've taken time to do that, identify which parts you would specifically want to cover, you will have been able to identify the original annexure numbers. Yeah. So that when we do the exercise, we say you've called this annexure this, but in the original documents it is that annexure. Let's just leave it at that. Take a cup of coffee, and maybe when we come back, we'll.
Just to say, my probing
yes.
worked off the original statement, did precisely that exercise. Where we part company is the document I refer to.
Yes.
Does it have a separate JD number?
Yeah.
That's the only issue.
Yeah.
But that we will cover effectively everything that
yes.
is also in his amended statement.
To
yes,
cover,
that is
yes,
open.
To cover
that
the
will
point,
happen. Yes.
To cover the point raised by Commissioner Baloyi.
Yeah.
And,
now,
and
I'm talking to Ms. Poe here to see if she can inherit this exercise.
Yeah, she must do the cross-referencing and know
as part of the solution.
And know which is which. Yeah.
But previous attempts collapsed, but we'll give it another shot. Yes.
Yeah, and Commissioner Kumalo has said that when he reads, he will be able to identify which is which.
Oh, and
it's a pity that he's not an evidence leader and therefore cannot.
Well, we shall call upon his help, Chair, definitely. No, okay, Chair.
Let's adjourn and maybe resume at 11:45 or what? 11:45.
11:45. Thank you, Chair.
2, 1.
Yes, Ms. Zillo.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, as regards the amended statement, we believe that we may have a workable solution, which we are working on. We will structure today's testimony in such a way that it is not relevant to reference that statement until the exercise we are undertaking with the annexure numbering is concluded. So that is the outcome of the long break we had. Then the third statement I must still place on record is the supplementary statement now. You understood what I briefed the chair on, Mr. Mkonazi? Yes.
Yes.
So we are now on the third statement, which is the one we were discussing this morning, which we call the supplementary statement. Is that correct?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. So we have now updated all the files with your signed supplementary statement. If you could then have regard to that file. And it's because the signed version has used a bigger font, we end up with 7 and not 6 pages. Is that correct?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Now,
Commissioner Mkonazi, the earpiece, what is it?
Oh, it's for the sound.
Or
For the hearing.
I'm told by our spokesperson, he just whispered that it's the commission's, or to assist you with hearing.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you very much.
thank you,
Thank
Chair.
you.
Yes. We confirm it is the commission's issue. And Mr. Mkonazi, perhaps you might want to pull the microphones closer to you so that you don't have to lean all the way forward to make sure that you are heard properly in turn. Okay. We were now on your supplementary statement, the one we referenced this morning, and I say we have updated your supplementary statement file. The version that is now in the statement is a signed version, but it runs to page 7 and not 6 as the first statement, and this is simply because the font in this signed statement is bigger than the first statement. Do you agree?
Yes, I agree.
Okay, now if we turn then to page 7, it does have your name there, Julius Dr. Mkonazi. It's dated the 14th of April, 2026, and then there's a signature appearing at above your name. Do you confirm that's your statement?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. In this statement, you deal with 6 issues that seek to address matters that arose either after you testified or that you believed you had not covered in your original statement. Is that correct?
Yes, it's the issues that I believe that I haven't covered.
In the original statement?
Yes.
Okay. Let's turn then to page 2. Page 1 has got is the table of contents. You start at page 2. This statement, unfortunately, doesn't have paragraph numbers. This is what I propose we do. If you go back to your table of contents, can we give each subject a paragraph number? So when we deal with your first topic of EMPD promotions, may I propose that we number that as paragraph 1?
Yes.
And on the same page, we already have a different topic you call as for the Law Enforcement Skills Program. That's the second topic, correct?
Yes.
I suggest we number that 2, and we will follow that format throughout. And this is for referencing purposes. At page 4, it's Community Liaison Unit. That's the next topic, and I propose we number that 3. Okay? At page 4.
Let me correct, please.
At same page 4, the next one is operations outside the city. That would be paragraph 4.
No,
I'm wrong.
I don't know, is it me or you? EMPD promotions number 1.
Yes,
Then as for law enforcement skills programs number 2.
correct.
Then we go to CLU, it's number 3, oh yes.
What's that?
It's number 4. No. EMPD promotions number 1. As for law enforcement skills program, it's number 2.
Yes.
Yes. Then we go to community liaison, it's going to be number 3. Oh, I made a mistake, it's me.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Then operations outside the city is number 4.
That's what I'd suggested.
Okay.
And then your next topic is at page 5. Team
Yes.
deployed to the suspects who were defrauding members of the public with fake stones. That would then be paragraph 5.
Yes.
Okay. And lastly, page 6, the next topic is on the issue of kidnapping. And that would then become paragraph 6. Do you confirm?
Yes.
Okay. So at least now that we have found a way to number that statement, let's deal with the contents of the statement, paragraph by paragraph, and you place them on record, much like you did when we first dealt with your original statement. You may choose to read, if you so prefer, or you talk to any particular topic and summarize what you have set out therein. So if we may then start with EMPD promotions.
Yes, on EMPD promotions, I touch on the following issues. That the promotions of directors, deputy directors, chief superintendent, and inspectors. We followed, as a department, we followed the processes and procedure. As I've said last time, that ours is to sponsor an item at HR. We are doing a request to fill for positions. It is not our process, it's a process that is managed by HR because it is within them, it is their function, you see. As the acting chief of police, I had to proceed with the processes where the chief of police started. When the chief of police started the process, when he was busy with the process, as the chairperson, for example, for directors, he was the chairperson of directors. He's the one that invited me and HR in that process. I was part of the panel, but the chief of police was, Isaac Mapia was the chairperson of that process, you see. But when he was suspended, I had to continue with those that were left as an acting chief of police and sometimes as an acting HOD. But as the process goes towards junior positions, you had to appoint and delegate in terms of seniority. You use delegation powers to appoint people that are going to sit in those panels. But HR has elaborated, has touched too much on those issues. I don't want to contradict myself because they're specialists there, you see. I just wanted to mention that ours is to do a request to fill, and I continued, and I submitted annexures to prove that, the acting letters to prove that, as there was a testimony that I didn't have any acting letters for chief of police, I didn't have acting letters for HOD, and sometimes I will act in both positions, you see, which is not true. The letters are having dates and times and shows that sometimes I will be appointed as the chief of police by the acting HOD because we must rotate. Thank you. As for...
Before you move on there, in substantiation of the point you make there in paragraph 1, you refer to annexure JD 12 bundle. That the JD 12 is your original the annexure to the original statement, correct?
Yes, as you
And,
explained it earlier on.
The commissioners should read the pages referenced there as the pages within JD 12 that are relevant to the point. We are interpreting it correctly?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Is there anything then, as regards those pages or JD 12, you would like to have to give particular attention to, or are you happy that we've taken note?
No, it was to give attachments or annexures to prove that it was not true to say that, or the person was giving Commissioner Revospice, he gave a testimony that I acted on my own, and sometimes I will act on board position.
Yes.
You see, without any appointment letters, you see, and you can't act on board position, you see. Then it was for me to prove that, and to prove that the process was not started by me. It was started by the Chief of Police. Then when he was suspended, I had to continue, because the delegation of the letter, it's very clear, you see, and specify that you continue with your own responsibilities, but also you exercise authority on what you are appointed for. I may not put it the way it is written, because I don't have a copy, but it all says that you are acting Chief of Police, you must take decision, you see, and take accountability. Thank you.
So at Annex JD 12, then at page 179, it's a letter from Chief Mapieye to Ms. Linda Kasheka, HOD Human Resources, and JD 12. If you could locate it for him. You start with, at JD 12, you start with page 179 and following.
Yeah, yes, sir.
My interest is at 179. When you say the process was started by Chief Mapieye, is it by the document that appears at page 179? Is that what you mean?
Yeah. Yes, and I must also mention that I don't have those copies, but the process started 3 years before this process, because time to time we have to send a letter of request for positions. But on this one, because I was now there, part of it, yes, it is the letter that I'm confirming.
Now, yes, Commissioner.
Can we just check? We have a bundle, which is Mkwanazi Annexures Bundle 2 of 2. And then our JD 12 is different from what you're referring to, what you're showing on the screen. Our JD 12 has the subject line, mismanagement of EMPD resources and irregular expenditure. Is that the document? It's not what is on the screen.
Oh, it's back. Okay. Oh, that's why, thanks. I'm looking at JD Mkwanazi file 1. Please make sure, Commissioner Baloyi, that you are not looking at the annexure bundle to the amended statement.
Is it labeled Annexure Bundle 1?
It's annexures, Brigadier Mkwanazi, file 1. Okay. Interestingly, Commissioner Baloyi, what has just transpired is precisely what we warned would happen if we admit the other annexure bundle directly without cross-referencing.
Is it my fault?
No, not yours. I'm just, for all of us to say. That is what we have to look out for. So this is the original JD 12. And if the commissioners will recall, when we're having this engagement regarding the amended statement, we indicated that the original annexures would normally be a bundle of documents, but they all bear the same name. So as I understand, what Commissioner Mkwanazi sought to do in his paragraph 1 is to extract specifically those pages in JD 12 that are relevant to the EMPD promotions. I'm correct, I've summarized it correctly, have I?
Yes, and I will also again answer one of the questions that was sent to me. In this bundle or in this file, it's 201. It was also said, or I was also asked by the commission that did we have any authority to continue with the promotions, or did we have any powers or delegated powers to do that? This the 201, it confirms that I had a letter that confirms that I may continue, because it was said I didn't have that letter too. It's part of the letters to confirm that I had the letter.
Yes.
Where I was appointed. Thank you.
And 201 is part of the list of pages that you have listed there.
Yes, Chair.
Okay. So at least we know then you are talking about the promotions that you say started at page 179, which is a memorandum by Chief Mapieye appointing panels for the positions of the director and deputy director for those 2 posts. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Well, we have that on record. I just wanted to
And you remember, I've spoken about 5 different positions.
Yes.
The director, deputy director, chief superintendent, inspectors, because they were all having vacant positions for years and years, as I mentioned in the previous or in my first statement that I submitted.
So, okay, understood. Okay, that would be my clarification for paragraph 1, the EMPD promotions. Do you want to move on to the next topic? As for the law enforcement skills program, that's how you have headed the next paragraph.
I must mention that I'm not sure is the commission going to be comfortable. I will be guided by the commission, because there's still internal matter, a grievance procedure that is continuing. But because it has been mentioned here in this commission, sometimes when I listening or watching the commission, the commissioners will say, no, this one, because there's still other processes that are going on and it's not wise to raise. But the question is that they've raised it in this commission, whilst there are other processes that Commissioner Revo is Commissioner Revo is the witness to those processes, and I'm part of those processes. I'm not sure it will be comfortable for me to raise it, because now it's in public, you see. But here, in summary, Chair, I will be guided by you first, please.
No, please do deal with it, Commissioner.
Yes. Here, there's an issue of skills development program that was approved by the National Commissioner and tasked all the training, EMPD training academies to continue with. The skills development program touches on issues of policing, you see. I'll prefer to read it, but I'll try to summarize it so that we understand. Our training division under Commissioner Isaac Mapieye, Revo Peace, and the then Director Kobe intentionally ignored the implementation of a law enforcement skills program for metropolitan police departments, which should have skilled all those who need law enforcement skills refreshed and retained Metro Police officers, and those who were recruited and promoted by the Chief of Police like Madlanga and others who were coming from traffic departments. The mandate of traffic department and Metro Police is not the same. Traffic department doesn't have policing in it. Our mandate is having crime prevention and policing. But out of that intervention, there are attached document here where there are national instruction from a National Police Commissioner in 2012 that all the Metro Police Department must retrain and train and skill those that don't have. I'm raising this because one of the issues that Commissioner Rovospis raises that the people that were, or the candidate that was able to get the position of director in logistics and the logistics, yes, let me say so, you see, doesn't have that certain skill, you see. Then I'm raising this to say that all those that were trained in 2002, 2006, or like us, I have those skills, but after us, all other recruitments don't have that. And there was an intervention from National Police Commissioner that Metro Police Department provide that in all the MPDs or our training academies. But in ours, it was not done. And it is not an argument that we can come because Commissioner Revospis was responsible for training, is responsible for training academy, and he was also representing us in terms of these meetings of skills development. You see, it is us as a department who failed those that were recruited and those that are within. Till today, there's no training. No one can come. As I've said that someone claimed in these processes that are even those documents, you see. But when we were asked, produce it, you see. It was many stories, documents that you can't understand, but I can't go deep into it because the processes are going there, you see. I'm currently saying, some are claiming that they had that whilst they were trained in a traffic department, not in a Metro Police Department. You see, all those are trained that they don't have. And I would like to put it on record that during this process, we've also recovered that there are people who are seniors who doesn't have even a diploma of a Metro Police or a traffic diploma, who are not trained by government institution. You can't be trained as a Metro Police or as a traffic officer by a private institution. You go there to capacitate yourself or to skill yourself, but to start from a government training institution. It may be our college, it may be a RTMC colleges, because all our colleges, they are now managed by RTMC, or the then different traffic departments before the formations, before the formations of Metro Police departments. Then I would like to say, to come here and say some doesn't have, and in the process of shortlisting from a long list up until, which was shared by the chairperson, Chief Isaac Mapie. You see, all those candidates that were there, you see, don't have that skills. That's why I've said that we ask in these processes, they were asked, produce. Some have said, no, there was water in college, there was a disaster, I don't know, disaster happened in one college in the city of Ekurhuleni. Then we can't produce original documents and other things, Chair. That's what I'm trying to raise, that to come here and try to impress and not be truthful to the commission, you see, this is a challenge. But we're supposed to be honest that we didn't like this candidate. I know that Madam Linda Pashega has mentioned that they had separate discussions. The chief preferred a certain candidate, but unfortunately in the process of interviews and what, you see, it may not be the horse, sorry to label a person as, it may not be a person that, it may not be the person that you want. It depends on interviews. You see, I was on that panel. I don't want to say it was chief of police panel. You see, as you see that it was me, the chief of police, the chairperson, and Madam Linda Pashega. The lady has been in the department in community safety. She has trained as a traffic, like any other people that were promoted. And we didn't raise all those things when other people were promoted. There are superintendents who are coming from provincial government, who are traffic officers, but they were promoted. They came in as inspectors. There were those that came in as constables. They were all promoted as inspectors, but that argument was not raised all along. But because it is this certain female individual, and I will say it, a female black individual that must be capacitated, who's skilled, who's academically having all those things, who doesn't have the skill that as the department we failed to deliver in our members. Now we tend to criticize, you see. But the argument, the engagement that Madam Linda said to you, that there was this preferred candidate, of which is wrong, kind of a preferred candidate. You see, you will bet and bet and bet. The wrong horse will win, you will faint and collapse. I think that's what happened now. You see. Thank you, Chair. And I'm trying to mention that some of the people that were promoted, like Deputy Director Ivan Duplessis, he had more than 19 years not working for EMPD, not working for any Metropolis Department. And in terms of the law, we are supposed to go and sit at the college and do a refresher course. There are many seniors who are senior than this position who were dismissed and expelled in this department for not having that. Because if we didn't exercise police duties or we didn't exercise policing for 12 months, you can't be promoted in any position. But it has happened in the department, you see. And we have raised it, but because we were not that in authority that time, we accepted it, and he came and be promoted as a senior without even that skill. I'm talking about 3 years, 5 years ago. It was not raised. Because it is this female officer, black female officer who's promoted now, it must make noise. And whereas the processes we ignored as a department, I'm not saying the chief. You see, I'm saying we are all part of this department. We ignored and implement, even though we were not aware, but we are part of the institution, you see. Instead of coming up with something that will assist us in terms of making sure that we go back to the National Commission. There's an attachment, commissioners, that talks to that, and talks to that instruction, and that talks to that communique, and that is addressed to all Metropolis Department. I think the leading officer commissioners will guide us on that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just to...
Can I, Miss?
Yes, Commissioner.
Commissioner Konazi, just so that I understand what the evidence, what you're speaking to, are you, if I recall, the criticism was that you ran a process where people were promoted, and that included people who didn't have qualifications, who didn't qualify for those positions. Is that what you are dealing with under this paragraph? Are you responding to that?
No, for now I was not covering that, but let me cover that too.
No, I don't want to take you there if you were not going there. I just need to understand what it is under the heading as for law enforcement skills program.
I think
what it is you are responding to or that you are supplementing.
Yes, I think that is covered under EMPD promotion, that we followed all the processes and procedures, and we are guided by HR in terms of, in fact, HR is guiding all the department. In municipalities, there's no positions for strictly EMPD superintendents. You've got a superintendent in parks, you've got superintendent in other departments, you see. That means when we are promoting, we're following one policies, one system. That's why HR is sitting to guide and make sure that it's a fair procedure, everything is followed. And I'm still saying that those that were promoted, it was fair from a director and inspectors, because there are qualifications that are needed, NQF level that is needed for a certain position, commissioners. And if that was not if that didn't take place or if that didn't happen, HR was going to stop the processes. And fortunately, when we are sitting here, it's not only the chairperson, the two panels, we've got unions that are also sitting in those processes. And again, it is important to mention that if unions are they're putting grievances. We are going to CCMA, we are going to different processes and procedures with different departments to engage. Sometimes there are meetings that are engaging us, and so we are not doing but the process, then the process will start afresh, then all those processes are taking place in the city. They've been taking place. When I took over as an acting, I must mention that there were many grievances that came in that I was not part of, that the chief was part of, other seniors were part of. But now I've took responsibilities. I have to go and defend the council. We went in, we were challenges in in South African Local Bargaining Council. Then we were able to win, some were not able to win, some were referred back by the chairperson of those committees that go back and advertise and re-advertise those positions. Sorry, go back and re-advertise. Those processes are taking place.
Okay.
It's not like when you sit as the chairperson, everything is final. No, no, no.
All right, let me stop you there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Listen.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Just two issues. Page 3 of the statement, and it will be the second subparagraph. That starts with the words, this led to some candidates. Sorry, and you referenced Mr. Duplessis, I think, is that correct?
Page 2.
Page 3 of the statement. The second subparagraph, that starts with this led to some candidates.
Yes.
Just a question for clarity. Mr. Duplessis was not part of this recruitment drive. You're not referencing him for that purpose.
He was part of, he was...
Did he apply?
Yes, he was a candidate.
He was a candidate.
Yes.
And then I don't know, what is the issue you raise about him?
That's why I've said that some of the issues are being discussed and the process is continuing.
Okay.
But they claimed, and Commissioner Revos claimed that the lady, she's the only one who didn't have the required, it was not a required requirement per se, but she's the only one who didn't have that qualification. All of them, they did have it. I'm saying it is false, it's not true. You see, and they've said they've submitted, they've got it. But when now internal processes are starting, we are saying, give us the document that you said you are having. Because we know that the department failed. I'm not even blaming this 302. I'm saying, as I'm part of the management, we didn't have this, even though we didn't know that we must have this because of the instruction. And I will also request to show the commissioners the instructions, as I've said, the attachment, that there is this national instruction that accommodated us to start this process, make sure everyone is there, so that, because when we are promoted, it doesn't mean that when I'm working in admin work, when I take a position, I can't go and work operationally. You see, then us, we must make sure that skills development are taking place. I'm not talking about academic qualification. I'm saying skilling our own people and making sure that we capacitate. That was a challenge that we didn't do. And it was headed by Commissioner Revos Peace.
Okay.
You see, and he failed us dismally on that.
So then I understand your paragraph to say, it's your response really to, you say, an allegation by Commissioner Peace, yes. And you reference this particular individual to make the point that this lady that Commissioner Peace took issue with was not the only one without the requisite qualifications. Do I understand you correctly?
Yes.
Okay.
And I will also put, again, I know that the commissioner is extended chair. You see, if you need anything, you may go and just to verify to see that I'm not lying to you, just to check. I know that you said Commissioner Kumar, or you've got ways of getting all those documents, because as there's this door now, I'm outside, I can't, you see, but please go and check, and thank you.
Thank you. Then if we move to your next subparagraph, still at page 3, there you deal with skills development programs. I think you introduced 2, if you check, over leaf. Can you summarize the point you seek to make here?
It's
You
paragraph
say they are
3.
newly registered law enforcement skills program. Are they?
Yes, yes.
Sorry, perhaps first, what do you mean newly registered law enforcement skills program?
Yes. When we came in, or before we came in, all those that were in traffic law enforcement coming from different former municipalities or cities, your Greater Chimiston, Greater Prospect, before Metropolis was formed or the city of Ekurhuleni was formed, they were taken to a program so that they can have these skills. But now it's 12 years after that. There are different laws, there's a constitution of the country, there are many, many changes that have happened, the amendments. And now, this new skills development, it's having different courses according to to the attachment, you'll see there's an attachment where it's very clear that these are the programs that must be done in that, as per SAPS or as per the National Commissioner instructions to all Metropolis Department, that in your colleges, you must make sure that everyone is attended to or everyone has done this. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. And then you introduced two documents. You call them annexure JD 17 Roman 1 and JD 17 Roman 2, correct?
Yes, Chair.
Now, the numbering of your annexures here is based on your first statement. And if you go to annexures JD 16 Roman 1 and Roman 2, are those the documents that you reference in this subparagraph?
Yes, yes.
Okay, may I then propose that in your statement we refer to it as JD 16 Roman 1 and 16 Roman 2, not 17? Would you agree with that? Your last annexure was 15. And this annexure being the first follows sequentially, so it would be 16.1 and 16.2.
We are changing from 17.
From 17 to 16. And then we will effect all those changes into subsequent annexures in this supplementary. It's just a numbering issue. Doesn't alter the content of the document nor your statement, okay?
Thank you. Thank
You
you,
accept that?
Just look up there and confirm that what is being put to you is correct.
I can't see.
Your file should show the same.
Yes.
There is a scribble there by hand, JD 17I in black, and then there is the electronic numbering, JD 16 Roman 1. Do you see that?
No, but, oh yes.
Yes, I'm suggesting we go with the red numbering,
Yes.
which then would mean we make that little amendment in your statement. Instead of 17, we'll call it 16 Roman 1 and Roman 2 respectively.
Thank you, Commissioners.
So then we see your documents, and you say these are you call them the newly registered law enforcement skills programs, right? You've got the two annexures there. 16 Roman 1 and 16 Roman 2. And I see they are dated 2012, both of them. And is it your evidence that notwithstanding annexures 16 Roman 1 and Roman 2, the EMPD was not following this prescript? Is that the point you seek to make? Your microphone, please.
Following is another thing.
Okay.
We didn't even start on it.
Okay. Understood.
So not the thing, another way. You see, we didn't even start it.
Okay, we have then renumbered those annexures, and I think we have placed your evidence in its proper context. Is there anything else you would want to add to the issue of law enforcement skills program? Are you satisfied you've covered everything?
Yes, but I have also emphasized, even though I didn't put it, that our colleges are managed by RTMC nationally. You see, ours is to run the operational part of it and employ and have instructors. But in terms of the curriculum and other things, we are supposed to comply to all national instructions.
Okay. As a matter of interest, that first annexure, and both of them, in fact, JD 16 Roman 1, there is a table that sets out 6 standards, right? And then there is a 7th added in with a red pen by manuscript. Do you know who made that addition?
No, we got that as a copy. And this is what is raising issues.
So you are saying this is how you received it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And in all, even in the internal processes, it's the same document.
And this is precise, and if you go to page 391 of the same document, it sets out the detail of each unit, study unit. You see that table?
Yes, Commissioner.
And I just note that with crime prevention, no provision is made or detail provided regarding the hours of training required, the assessment, as is with the rest of the matters. But I guess your point is that is irrelevant because this was never followed in the first place from 2012.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. Then if we go back to your statement, we are now at page 4.
And I must mention on the same thing, on the same matter. When I was acting, I issued an instruction, it's just that I can't get the copy. I'll try to get a copy. That instructed college department that can you run this course? Because it's very important to skill. You see, identifying the gap that we are going to have. Because our members are operationally doing crime prevention, doing policing as per requirement. But if we are not having this skill, it becomes a challenge when members are operational. Thank you.
And you say this is when you were acting. Now, we see from JD 12 that you've had a number of acting stints. Would you know which period, 2024, 2025?
No, it was, I won't be sure, but I think it was 2024.
2024.
But I will try all my level best to get, because some of the copies I'm outside I can't get, but all my level best to get the copy.
Which we'll try and see what we can do to obtain a copy.
Please.
Thank you.
Can I just check this? At 389, paragraph 5.1, it says all MPDs must obtain accreditation from the SACITA. Do you know if that happened? Because it goes on to say that no program can start until there has been that accreditation, and further on it says no certificates will be issued if there's no registration or accreditation rather by the SACITA. Do you know if there is if EMPD is accredited?
Yes, it's accredited to run some of the courses, but on this one, I'm not sure.
Okay.
That's why I'm requesting that we even check with RTMC, because we're managed, or even that's why I've attached the copy.
Yes.
I'm not sure, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And as I then understand you, annexure JD 16 Roman 1 and 2 are actually courses imposed by SAPS. These
Yes,
are
Chair.
SAPS national programs.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, if we could go back then to page 4, to your next topic, which is headed Community Liaison Unit. If you could just quickly deal with that.
Yeah. May I read this one?
Absolutely.
No, let me start. The Commissioner Revo's piece when he was testifying, I think even the Chief of Police when he was testifying, they raised the issue that I commanded CLU since from 2014, 2015, of which I'm saying I'm denying that that's not true. At that time, I was just the command of a public order policing unit, concentrating strictly on crowd management. In my CVs, in some of the letters that I signed, in some of the documents, it talks to that. It says CLU was reporting to I'm saying here, CLU was reporting to another inspector, superintendent, acting director Machete, who was my director at that time when I was a superintendent, deputy chief of police Mzolo, and the former chief of police, who's not Isaac Mabie. There was another chief of police, Chief Mahlabe, he resigned. They only came back when the new Chief of Police, Isaac Mapie, and Deputy Chief of Mzolo handed over a new team after disbandment of an old unit in 2019, which Commissioner Revo gave testimony about. That's when I started giving instructions following the chain of command to the Chief Superintendent, Superintendent Inspectors. When it came back, I was now promoted to another level, and there were other commanders that were responsible for that team. I was not directly giving instructions and what or commands to that unit. They were reporting to other people, those that I've mentioned there. I was strictly doing crowd management. Let me say that. What I'm saying is not true that, because they raised it because there were people that came in with grievances that they worked with CLU and they were not employed by the city. You see, now they want to be given positions or they want to be employed fully by the city. You see, of which that is true. They came when I was acting, I gave it to Director Specialized Service and say, can you meet with these people? They're saying they've been working here. You see, that on that one, true. They even went to the public protector, but their matter was thrown out. But they say, but we've got some documents like your OB entries and what. I didn't know because they were not reporting to me. And sometimes they were reporting directly to headquarters, where director or where the deputy chief, Revo Spies and other seniors were sitting. By that time, I was just a superintendent working operational. I don't know what were they doing, what was happening there.
On this subtopic, I just need to understand, you speak of an old unit, so it was disbanded in 2019.
No, it was disbanded before 2019.
Oh, so what is 2019? 2019 is the year in which?
As a director, I was a senior, then there were super chief, superintendent, and other juniors that they were reporting to.
Is this the new unit in 2019 now, whenever it was established? But we should understand it's a new unit.
It's a new unit, but it was disbanded again after that.
That's fine.
Yeah, but now we're touching before it was disbanded, yes.
And you say this new unit, what was reintroduced by Chief Mapie, am I reading you correctly?
Yes.
Okay.
In fact, it is part of the structure.
It's part of the structure?
Yes, it was disbanded, then it was formed again.
Okay, and then you say that's when I started giving instructions following the chain of command to the chief superintendent, superintendents, and inspectors. Then you say, see annexure JD 18, which of course we know now, it will be 17, correct?
Yes.
Now, why did you give these instructions? Did you become responsible for the unit? If so, when did that occur and how?
It was 29, when I was promoted as a director. Not give direct instruction, but they were following under my line of command because they belong to specialized unit. They were having their own chief superintendent, their own superintendents and inspectors that were running the unit on daily basis. I think it's important to mention, it's a unit that goes to communities, work with communities, especially where we're having challenges. For example, if you know that there are protests and everything, we just send them, can you liaise, can you check if there are planned protesters that are going to come, or if there's a march that is going to come to the city's headquarters, or there's a challenge of drugs, before you send your social crime, before you send your crime prevention, you need to come and intervene. It's a unit that communicates and represents us on a daily basis with different communities. And it belongs to the whole story. It belongs to the whole city, representing us in all our wards and in all our areas of Ekurhuleni. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, did I hear or understand you correctly that as director for special, your position, director of special operations or something?
Yes, Director of Specialized Services.
Specialized Services,
In fact, you are
yes.
correct when you say, Director of Specialized Services.
Yes,
in
are you
operations.
saying specialized services and operations, are you saying the CLU, although they had their own superintendents, they fell under your overall leadership? You were the head.
You have summarized it correctly, Chair.
All right.
So if I may just follow up on that, those superintendents, if that is there on the chain of chief, let's say superintendent, in the chain of command, would report directly to you?
The inspector reports to the superintendent, or constables report to the inspector. Inspector reports to the superintendent. The superintendent reports to the chief superintendent. Then by that time, there were no deputy directors. Or the deputy director, there was a deputy director. No, deputy director retired. I came in as a director under me, there was another deputy director, I forgot to mention, a director who passed on, or there's another male director who was reporting to my two deputy directors that were reporting.
And those two deputy directors, one of them reported to you?
Yes. And
for the
one of
CLU,
the-
that person was responsible for the CLU and they reported to you?
Yes.
When was this? From when?
When I was promoted as a director, few months, if I'm not mistaken, or within a year, then there were.
Yeah, 2023?
directors.
What year are we talking about?
It will be from, let me say, 2019 to 2023. I won't be specific in terms of.
No, you were promoted to director. In which year?
Director, it was 2019.
Okay.
2019.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner. And in that period, they reported to you, you say they were, I think, deployed within the communities to assist. Did I understand you correctly?
Yes, yes.
Can you just quickly summarize their functions? What were they expected to do?
They will liaise with our communities, community leaders, check the social ills, the challenges that is facing the city in terms of different challenges, drugs, domestic violence. Again, in terms of our protest around the city, there will be our ears and eyes before you deploy, or sometimes they will intervene, identify leaders, talk to sinners and say, these people, in fact, they've got general concern. They want just to meet, they want to meet the ward councillor, or they want to take their issues to the office of the executive mayor, MMCs, or they want to talk to any senior within the city. Then ours is to make sure that we communicate and do that.
Would this be something comparable to the police forum in the context of SAPS, or not at all?
Commissioner, you understand policing. They work with community very close. To us, it's not community forum, it's community safety forum to municipalities. On daily basis, they work with those leaders. We call it CSF, Community Safety Forums. SAPS is CPF, with us it's CSF. But on daily basis, they work with those leaders, understanding the challenges and everything. Before you send your public order, your serious intervention unit, at least we understand the challenges that are facing. At EMPD, we have that unit. We are having that unit that is doing that, those responsibilities on daily basis.
Would I be correct then, based on your explanation to the chair, that they were not police officers in the strictest sense of the word?
No, these are police officers.
They are police officers?
Yes, then
Okay.
CSF is community leaders, those that are not police officers. Like your CPF, there are members of police that dedicate or that are tasked to work with CPF on daily basis, to take whatever concern and challenges, bring it to the management response, and go to communities.
Okay, maybe I didn't put my question as elegantly as I had hoped. members of the CLU that began reporting to you in 2019, were those police officers?
Yes, police
They
officers.
were registered police officers?
Yes,
Okay.
trained Metro police officers.
Okay. Now, you annex a document there in support of what you state. You currently have it as annexure JD 18, but based on our conversation earlier, it has to read 17. Now, this is the document you are putting forward in support of what you're saying about the CLUs, correct?
Yes. Why I put this document?
No, we'll come to the why. Can I just clarify something with you?
Yes.
I see it's actually an email from you to Zanele Katembo. I think that is, she was responsible for, she's a director within EMPD, right?
No, she's one of the HODs.
Yes, indeed.
She's the head at the
yes.
city manager's office.
Thanks for that.
She was the
reminder.
head.
Yeah. Now, the subject matter here is former CLUs. What interests me about this document is, and it's authored by you, that email. You say, and I quote, kindly receive the response from our side from the so-called former SLU members. It is a group that had an agreement with the former chief to protect him. They had promises which doesn't include the city. They went to all political parties, media houses, until public protector. Memorandum with 7 ultimatum was submitted at my office last year. Now, what is interesting about this is the same unit you say was part of specialized services that you were the commander of from 2019, correct?
No, these are members of the public that worked with CLU, doing operational work, doing police work, as they claim, you see. And they were always at headquarters, I've said that before, that they were always at headquarters, you see, working operational, and they submitted a memorandum claiming that they want to be placed full-time now because they've been working. You see, I'm trying to clarify that I was not even aware about, I'm trying to respond to what Commissioner Revos was saying, because they raised this through media and they raised this through the office of the city manager. Then our spokesperson of the city, Mr. Zweli Dlamini, had to get responses from us and say, there are these people, and I was trying to clarify that those people were working with those people. I'm not aware, and they were always reporting direct to that office, you see, because where our chief was there, they were always with our chief of police when he goes around the city or when he's doing operational work or when he visits, because we are required from senior position to go to operation, visit all the areas operationally. They were always with them, you see. I and other seniors that I was working with were not aware about the daily work that they are doing. But I know that they will tell you that we are working there, what. And in their memorandum, that's what they were claiming.
Let me perhaps share with you where my challenge lies.
Yes.
You had just clarified, insofar as your paragraph 3 is concerned, that they were part of the structure, CLU, that they fell under specialized services, which you took command of in 2019, that they provided community services, liaising with communities regarding challenges faced by communities on matters such as drugs, domestic violence, protests. So technically, they were your eyes and ears on the ground. I think that's the phrase you use. And you confirm that these are police officers.
No, they are not.
Earlier, when I engaged with you about paragraph 3, you had said they are police officers.
No, this group that I'm talking to in this letter, CLU members, yes. They've got community leader, CLU, its members, CLU, community liaison officers or unit, they are Metro police officers. Then there was this group that joined them in doing operational work. I'm talking about that group that is not employed by the city. It's except the CSF. CSF is a different structure. You see, there's this group that worked with them on daily basis. That's what they claimed when they submitted a memorandum to the Office of the City Manager, when one of my directors met with them.
Okay,
that we
let's,
worked-
sorry, my apologies.
Yeah, that we worked with EMPD every day.
Let's go to your paragraph 3 then at page 4, the last statement, without closing that annexure, if you can keep it open. You say, that's when I started giving instructions following the chain of command to the chief superintendents and inspectors. See the attachment, and this is the attachment. So this attachment, as I understand it, unless I'm misreading it, confirms what you say in your paragraph 3 under community liaison unit, which inter alia includes the fact that there were members of the specialized unit.
Yeah, correct. CLU is members of the
Okay.
specialized unit, they are Metro Police officers.
Yes.
But there's this group that came in from communities and worked with them, you see, every day doing operational work and what, according to them, you see, and they were reporting direct and following the chief of police. On other days, I will see them driving around, you see. But they were not employed by the city. But they ended up, instead of assisting in terms of information, instead of assisting with other things, they ended up joining operational according to their memorandum to the city or what they presented to the public protector.
Okay,
Yes, but the public protector dismissed it.
yes.
Yes.
So you say that, so it's a specific group of people within CLU who you say had an agreement with the former chief of police, and I take it that's Chief Mapieye, is that? Or is that the previous chief?
It started with the previous chief. It's a certain group within communities who joined CLU police
Yes.
officers, yes.
And their job mainly was to protect the chief.
That's what they were claiming.
Yes,
They're
that's what you
protecting
say
chief,
here.
Yes.
And you conclude by saying we agreed with Dlamini. Who's Dlamini?
No, our spokesperson, when he was responding,
Okay,
yes, when he was responding to these media allegations or media, they wanted comments from the city that there's this group that is saying they were working, they want to be employed by the city, and they wanted our comments from our side. Do you know these people? Why didn't you employ them? And all other comments.
Okay.
Then I was responding to Zweli. His duty and responsibilities was to polish and make sure that he respond to all the media houses
okay.
as
So
per
this,
their questions.
this memorandum you reference here, you say memorandum with 7 ultimatum. Is that the group? Is that a group of 7? What does that phrase mean in annexure 17?
Oh, I was supposed to say it's a memorandum
Yes?
which gave me 7 days ultimatum.
Oh, I see.
They gave me 7 days ultimatum.
you.
The first day where they wanted to meet me, they also gave me an
Okay.
ultimatum that you
Now
must
you're-
respond within 7 days.
I'm clarified. But did the memorandum specifically identify the people who are part of this group? Did the memorandum specifically identify these people? And it's on that basis that you conclude that they are not part of the
I didn't meet them personally, but I tasked one of the directors to meet with them and with that thing. Then he came to me and said, these people, they gave you 7 days, you see. But the city may have this because the public protector submitted it to the city or the former chief, or not the former, the chief of police, Isaac Bambier, because the matter started with him. When he left, they came to me.
Okay, I don't think
I don't have a
understand, so
copy.
maybe can I try
Yes.
again?
Let
You
me
might
say-
be able to help me. Let me try again, perhaps. You write about a group of CLU members, correct? And you say that this is a group that had an agreement with the former chief to protect him. They had promises which doesn't include the city.
Yes.
They went to all political parties, and then at paragraph 2 of that letter, you say, we agreed with Dlamini, you say that's the spokesperson,
Yes.
that we can't respond on something we were not a part of it and our employer was not part. The city is having recruitment policies that every citizen must respect and follow. So I understand this particular group, you say, was not recruited by the city.
Can I
Yes,
just try
according
and
to-
help? As I understand it, Ms. Sil, the former CLU members referred to are in fact community members. They're not within the city. They're community members who then presented a memorandum which required a response, or which had an ultimatum to
Yes.
respond within 7 days. So they are not within the city. They're not employed by the city.
I accept that point, thanks, Commissioner Baloyi, and hence my question that the memorandum specifically identified these persons. That's why he could draw the conclusion that they are not EMPD members. So the memorandum will tell us who they were.
Yes, yes.
Okay. And these members were not part of the unit that you commandeered eventually?
Now, when I take over, they were no longer there.
They were not?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Why would you refer to, if this was about Chief Mapia, which I hear you to be saying towards the last answer you gave, why would you refer to him as the former chief, if it is about him? Your email is on the 28th of January 2025. Why
No.
do you refer to him as former?
No, I talked to the former chief, Bafana Mahlabe, not Isaac Mapia.
So you're referring to Mr.
Yes,
Mahlabe, Commissioner
yes,
Mahlabe?
Yes.
Okay.
When Chief of Police took over with Deputy Chief Nzolo and I, then it was disbanded.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, I'm clarified. Thank you for that.
But before you move on,
Yes.
Commissioner, in the last sentence of this paragraph, you say you started giving instructions. Do you mean those instructions were to the chief superintendent, superintendents, and inspectors?
Let me summarize it. They were falling under my line of command. I was trying to
No,
say
I
that.
just
Yes.
the simple question.
Yes.
Did you give your instructions to those officers, the chief superintendent, superintendents, and inspectors? Or not?
No, to the commanders. But sometimes when you are on a parade, you give to everyone. They're part of that, when you address the parade. But to give on daily basis, talk to their line of command.
And when you then refer us to annexure 17, the annexure that Ms. Sidolo has been engaging you on, are you referring us to that annexure to show us the instruction you gave, or because you say I started giving instructions and then you say see the attachment annexure JD 17. So are you referring us to that annexure to show us the instruction?
Okay, I get you, Chair. No, Chair, yeah.
Because I've gone through it and I don't quite see the instruction.
Yes. No, Chair, yeah, I was trying to refer that the same matter. It's that those, or that team was disbanded.
Okay,
And we are
okay.
discussing about those issues, not to say, I understand what you are saying.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
And thank you, Chair. Do you by any chance know how they came to be part of the CLU? Do you have any knowledge on that?
No, at that time I was in public water policing unit.
Okay.
Yes.
Now-
And CLU doesn't wear uniform. It's members of, they wear their civilian clothes. That time I was only commanding public water unit, the unit that wears uniform on daily basis, strictly deals with crowd management.
Okay, thanks for that. I'm happy then to move to your next topic, which is operations outside the city at page 4, unless there is something else you would like to add on the community liaison unit.
Ms.
Yes, Chair.
Sillo, we thought because this is, of course, it has grown to a 7-pager now, it's no longer the 6-pager. We had thought we would be able to go through it all the way to the end.
Yes, Chair.
It seems to be going
Rather slow.
slowly, and I'm not blaming anybody about that. Should we perhaps not take the lunch adjournment now before you move to the next heading, operations outside the city?
I'm happy to, Chair. I'm in the commission's
Yes,
hands.
yes, all right. Let's adjourn and resume at 2:25.
Thank you, Chair.
This is a test. We are testing. It's good.
Yes, Ms. Sewell.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Mkonazi, before we broke for lunch, we were about to turn to your paragraph in the supplementary statement. Your paragraph 4, the heading is operations outside the city. Do you have that?
Yes.
Okay, we stopped just before you dealt with that, so if you could just then deal with the contents of that paragraph. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Paragraph 4, the headings operations outside the city. Here I've touched the operation that we have been doing since the inception of the Metropolis. When I joined in 2002, 2003, I was operational. We have been doing operations with other cities outside the city of Ekurhuleni, in different municipalities, not even in different municipalities only, outside the province. Tracing wanted suspects, joining joint operations, doing crime prevention operations, also jointly doing traffic law enforcement. One was mentioned that it's a thin line between the city of Ekurhuleni and the city of Johannesburg. We're separated in most of the time in one street. Activities that are taking place in the city of Johannesburg are affecting the city of Ekurhuleni. Activities that are taking place in the city of Ekurhuleni, they affect the city of Midvaal. Activities that are taking in the city of Midvaal are affecting the city of, in fact, all the municipalities within Gauteng are separated only by one street. Sometimes people that stay in the city of Ekurhuleni, when you go to R550, the southern part of the city of Ekurhuleni, people there, Palm Ridge area, they buy in Midvaal. They are serviced by the police station that it's at Midvaal, at Valrengi. You see, the demarcation of SAPS there is not like our demarcation. You see, when you go to the northern part of Tembisa, the Winnie Mandela and other areas, the western part of the north, you see, it's separated by one street. The problematic area that is giving us challenges in terms of crime. Officers of Ekurhuleni, you find them executing duties on daily basis there. Officers of the city of Johannesburg, they are doing that. You see, there are areas where I, as the acting chief of police, I don't know demarcation, it's gray areas. We call them gray areas. You find officers doing law enforcement this side who said, but I thought this is the city of Ekurhuleni. You find the members of EMPD doing traffic law enforcement. When you go that side, you find members of Ekurhuleni. They said, no, but chief, sometimes we execute, but because it's a gray area, no one knows it. When you go towards R21, we're having such in terms of our freeways, the northern part, JNL areas, the informal settlements there. That's what it's happening. And in terms of crime prevention, our officers, there are activities that are taking place, illegal activities that are taking place where suspects, they move to the city or they move to the certain municipalities. Our members do that. But except that, commissioners, 2001, there was a memorandum of agreement between the city of Ekurhuleni and other municipalities. 2005 or 15, just that I was unable to get that copy. There was another memorandum of understanding between the city. The first one, I do have the copy. I've submitted an attachment. The second one, I couldn't get the copy, but I know that I saw that one. Then there's this one that we signed again between the city and all law enforcement agencies and all the municipalities, that we can't be separated by one street. If crime is happening here, members can go and execute in different areas. As much as other metros are doing that. Whilst we are driving around, doing your patrols or going home, you see them arresting, doing execution, doing traffic law enforcement, because we are separated and they are assisting us a lot. You see, and our members are on daily basis doing that. I've also attached the successes to prove that it is not Nkwanazim's thing, as people are claiming that I'm instructing people. It has been happening whilst I was still a constable, and it's happening. Even if when I was suspended, even if when I'm sick due to COVID, such operations have been taking place. There are days that everything that I've submitted. And the recent memorandum of the understanding that was pushed by Office of the Minister. Fortunately, we have been doing it as Gauteng, but now we have done it and we have operationalized it again. That members must go, members must execute law enforcement. I was trying to summarize on that, because when there was evidence or when they were giving evidence, it was like it is an instruction, you see. I took many instructions from the different chief of police that you are hating crowd management, there's a problem in the city of Johannesburg. Students are protesting, go and assist. I leaded the unit under instruction, and we executed, worked very closely with SAPS, worked very closely with the other municipalities. Some challenges were taking place in the city of Tshwane. We have been deployed, we worked, and I did those when I was a commander, a superintendent. But except that, when I was a new recruit, we had many operations that we had to trace wanted suspects, competing with SAPS national, competing with SAPS provinces. There was a competition that we want to see the best team. And we came third nationally, because we were able to trace all the suspects. We go to the police station, you check we call them red dockets, and you'll forget the name, and check that this has been not being executed for time and the suspect is not traceable. But if we're able to do that, we've been doing that. There was a time where Tumsan Masilela, a celebrity, was gunned down or was murdered, you see. Chief Mapiaye, who came here and said he doesn't know that. He established a team. When I'm saying to you, CLU was formed to say there's this celebrity that was gunned down or was murdered. Go and check. The team went up until to the borders of South Africa. You see, I know Commissioner Reva spoke about it, thought it's me. No. You see. And when they came back, they gave briefing, the CLU team. They gave briefing. And in that team, we had members who are not even Metropolis, but we are having information. We are assisting the team to trace the suspect. But it's unfortunate, some of them, they were outside the borders, but some of them, they were arrested. It is not a new thing. It's not something that is surprising. You see, we are doing that as we are sitting here. There are feedback sometimes when I meet members, say, we went to that day, we got successes. And deep down, you see, to listen, oh, they work outside the city, oh, they work outside that. But we are not allowed to engage, we keep quiet. But there's an evidence from one unit. I couldn't get, as I've said, that I'm outside. I couldn't get for everyone. But there's a stats. When you go to the city and check the stats and check operations that are executed by the units without even commanders, by the members themselves, when they communicate among themselves and say the suspect is there, they wait and trace and arrest the suspect.
Commissioner Mkonazi, clarify this for me. Are these joint operations or operations conducted only by EMPD? In other words, can EMPD go to Soweto on its own, enter somebody's house and confiscate stolen goods?
We have done that million times, Commissioner.
Without JMPD there?
Yeah, yes. And JMPD have done that million times in our
and
side.
Without SAPS there?
Yes.
And you say what authorizes EMPD to do that is a memorandum of understanding?
We've got a memorandum of understanding, or sometimes members operationally, when we need the court information.
Where do we find that memorandum of understanding?
I have attached the two ones that I'm having. It's the one of 2015.
Is this the document you refer to on page 5 as JD 19, which I assume we will correct?
Let me check, Commissioner.
That's correct, Commissioner. 19 Roman 1 and Roman 2, yes.
And let me say it's some of, because I couldn't find the two others.
Okay, if then...
Can I just check?
Yes.
I see, yes, I hear you. You say you can't find the two others, but one would expect that they are pretty much the same, because the principle is the same.
Yes,
Cooperation.
Commissioner. Yes. Then I've also attached the one that we're having with NPA for other national operations, where national and international. As EMPD, we don't just work in the city of Ekurhuleni, Commissioner Khumalo. Now I'm raising another thing now. In terms of NPA and EMPD, in terms of exhuming those that were killed during apartheid times, you see, there's a memorandum of agreement between the city and NPA. We are not just limited to and some members are going, some members are coming in to be part of that team. That's what I'm trying to.
Thank you,
say this.
Commissioner Mkwanazi. You deal at page 5, as Commissioner Khumalo pointed out. You reference 2 documents you have annexed, marked JD 19 Roman 1 and 19 Roman 2. Do you see that in bold?
Yes.
Okay. And as Commissioner Khumalo correctly pointed out, we have to correct that it has to be 18 Roman 1 and 18 Roman 2.
JD 19.
It is annexed as 18, so I'm requesting that we make that small correction in your statement. You accept that?
Yes, Commissioner.
So let's now if we go to JD 18 now, Roman 1, that is a later document. It's a memorandum of understanding between the SAPS, Gauteng Department of Community and Safety, Gauteng Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, and a host of 3 metropolitan councils, I think 2 district councils, and about 6 local municipalities. You see that?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. Let's skip that document perhaps let's go to the last page of that document. I see that that particular document was signed on the 15th of April 2025, and that you'll find at page 411.
411.
11. At the bottom there.
Yes.
Signed by Kagiso Leruta, Acting City Manager, on behalf of Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Municipality. Correct?
Yes, Commissioner.
Yes. So I'm saying this is a very recent document. I want us instead to go to JD 18 Roman 2. And actually at 18 Roman 2, there are 2 documents. The first starts at page 414.
Yes.
And the second starts at page 430. You confirm that?
Still going there.
Okay.
Yes, Commissioner.
Now, do you recall when EMPD was established?
2002.
2002. And these documents, at least the complete one, starting at page 414, is dated August 2001, and that you'll find at page 428.
428.
Signed by Paul Masako, City Manager, on behalf of Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Council.
Yes.
And then the counterpart is Johannesburg Metropolitan Council, Paul Pascal Muloi. The second document that starts at 430 doesn't have a last page. So you haven't included the last page, the signature page, so it's difficult to say when that one was concluded.
I think it's that one that I'm having a challenge. That I've said I can't trace it. It was full. But if you go to the city, you'll get the correct and all the pages.
Okay.
The one that it was signed in between the two memorandum of understandings.
And I see from both, when I compare them, the one is an agreement, memorandum of understanding between Ekurhuleni municipality and Johannesburg, correct? The other is the same agreement between Ekurhuleni but with City of Tshwane Metropolitan Municipality.
Yes, Commissioner.
Now, if you compare them, they are worded in the exact same terms. And in particular, I would like to refer us to page 419 of interest at clause 4, period of agreement. And both memoranda stipulate that the agreement, which is the document we are reading, shall be deemed to have commenced on the date of establishment of the Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Police Service, which establishment will commence by appropriate publication in the Gazette, you see?
Yes, Commissioner.
So I understand then from these documents that the agreements, when concluded, EMPD was yet to be formally gazetted.
I can't answer that because I was still at the college. I was a new recruit. But I know that before it was launched, it must be gazetted. That's why I'm saying it was launched 2002. Maybe drafting and other things, 2000, 2001, but I was not yet a fully fledged Metro Police officer. I was still at the college.
I accept that my question was based on what I'm reading.
Okay,
to
yes.
say that's what it would suggest. Now, to the question, you remember you put up these documents to...
Can I just ask you a question? On 428, is that date 2001 or 2004?
I read it to be 2001.
428.
428, that's signed to Ed on this day of August?
Or it is 2001, Commissioner.
One.
Oh, Commissioner, yes.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now, Commissioner Khumalo asked you whether it's these documents you rely upon to make the argument that you were entitled to work outside the jurisdiction of Ekurhuleni and not necessarily as part of joint operations with JMPD or TMPD. You confirm that these are the documents?
Yes, and I'm also responding to the testimony that was given here that there's no document that allows us to work outside the jurisdiction of the city. It was made by the Chief of Police.
Would you be able to say which clause in particular, at least in the document starting at 415, grants EMPD the power to operate outside its jurisdiction? And perhaps while you are thinking of that, can I refer you to page 419 of the same document? And at clause 3, under heading provision of services, it reads, and I quote, notwithstanding the date hereof, the service shall be delivered to both the area and the other area by the council and the service provider, so that the inhabitants of both areas shall not suffer disruption of service.
Which clause is that, sir, Commissioner?
Page 419, clause 3, under the heading provision of services.
Application of law provision or provisions, I can see.
Okay.
Number 3, ne?
Yes.
Yes.
The parties agree that the interests of inhabitants of both areas in regard to the provision of service are paramount and agree to cooperate with one another to ensure that interests are fully protected. Do you see where I'm reading?
Yes.
The interesting thing about this clause, as I read it, it says the service is delivered in both areas by the council and service provider. Now, if we go to page 417, it's a list of definitions there. And clause 1.1.2 defines the service provider as the Johannesburg Metropolitan Police Service. And that clause says the service provider, being JMPD, will operate in both areas. Now, I was trying to understand which clause should I read to understand that EMPD can also operate in Johannesburg and Tshwane.
And it doesn't also say that they can't operate without each other, but they will provide services.
Say it doesn't?
It doesn't say that they can't operate or they can't execute their duties without each other.
I wouldn't expect it to, because EMPD has got its area of jurisdiction. The question you are answering is whether or not it's authorized to operate outside its jurisdiction. And for that purpose, you put forward this document to confirm. Now, I'm trying to find in this document where it gives EMPD the requisite jurisdiction as you understand it.
That's why I'm saying it doesn't also specify that you can't operate or you can't execute the duties, you can't go and arrest suspect outside the jurisdiction.
Okay. So when you say it also doesn't say you can't do it, should I understand that to mean that the document doesn't authorize EMPD to do so, and neither does it prohibit EMPD from doing so? Is that your answer?
So I'm reading something, I think it's going to assist me. Can you read service standards, paragraph 5?
At page 419.
Yes.
Yes.
It says the service standard will be, yeah, my eyes are killing me.
The one that is mutually agreed upon.
Or it says the service standards shall be mutually agreed upon both parties or their nominees and will comply with standards set by the National Commissioner of South Africa or South African of South.
Sorry, it's incomplete, Ms. Zulu.
Yes.
There's a page missing. Page 77 is missing.
Page 5, yes.
So that paragraph 5 is not complete.
I noticed that. Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, well, let's park it for now. You check from your originals whether you do have that paragraph 5. And we can revisit the matter.
But can you also assist?
Page 5, rather.
Yes, I'm asking the Commissioner, can you also assist what I'm checking? Maybe we'll get a document which is having everything. As I've said, I'm limited in terms of getting things. That's my humble request, but I will also try to get.
Yes, I thought perhaps we will check first with your original to see whether the mistake arose while the copies were being run and a page was skipped, or whether you don't have it in your original agreement, in which event then we'll try and locate a copy from the EMPD or Ekurhuleni municipality.
Yes, but may I also raise it that in the recent launch by the National Police or Minister, the National Commissioner, it was articulated in the Premier, it was articulated or it was said many times that gone are those days where members will be limiting themselves in terms of executing their duties. When they see the suspect here runs in the city of Johannesburg, will say, no, I'm not going there. You must make sure that you arrest the suspect. Same thing that must happen to other municipalities. And it has assisted us a lot as the city. Why I'm saying that, in fact, we are benefiting more than the city of Johannesburg. Because in terms of resources, they're more resourced than us. And they're more visible in the city because I think many of them, they stay, not many of them, but there's a certain amount of officers of Johannesburg that are residing within, I'm not sure why, the city of Ekurhuleni. And that in terms of visibility, when driving the freeways, when they see offenses, blue lights, they drive in the freeway, blue lights, marked vehicle, they assist a lot. Or you find them stopping a vehicle, drunk and driving, they will call, well, we stop them, may I have chief, this person is drunk, can I be assisted? They will assist, and the member will appear in court and the evidence will be given. But the only thing that limits us is the question of issuing of fines, because our computer numbers are limited to the city of Ekurhuleni. I'm saying this public now. A member of EMPD can come and issue a traffic fine in the city of Ekurhuleni because the courts that we are using, they are in the city of Johannesburg. The Section 56 book, the notice books that we are using, like in the city of Ekurhuleni, it's saving all the courts that are in the city of Ekurhuleni. That means when you in the streets are only divided per municipal courts. For example, if the streets around Germiston, they will be limited to Germiston or Ellisburg municipal court or court. You see, that's a challenge. But in terms of crime prevention and other things, I must mention that our members even testify, even now, we are authorizing our members to go and testify, paid by the city for accommodation, to go and testify in KZN for the arrest that they've made there. Our members are going to different provinces. The city pays for accommodation, pays for everything because of the arrest that they made within that province or that area. And it's happening. It has been happening before I became in charge or before I was promoted as a member. It is still happening. Even if now when I'm not, it's still happening. It's happening. And it was authorized by different chiefs. I became in, I know that I also authorized for accommodation for other members, for cases that are taking 10 years, 15 years, or not 15, but cases that are being postponed. Members are attending those things. Thank you.
Okay. You recall when, before I referred to these two documents, I'd said we should skip JD 18, Roman 1, which I said is the later agreement with the different municipalities, local municipalities and the 3 metropolitans and the Gauteng Department of Community Safety. You recall that?
Yes.
And that is at page 396, if we could just quickly turn to that. And
page?
It starts at page 396, JD 18 Roman 1.
It's a different file, eh?
No, the same file of your statement, of your supplementary statement.
Oh, statement.
Yes. And I refer to this document. You recall this is the document I pointed out was signed by the acting city manager of Ekurhuleni on the 15th of April 2025, so last year. So this is about the most recent, I take it?
Yes,
Okay.
This is the recent one.
Now I just want to test whether, would I be correct to rely on its wording to understand your response as regards the issue of jurisdiction. And for that purpose, I would like to refer you to page 402 and clause 7 of that agreement. So that memorandum of understanding at clause 7 sets out the areas and manner of cooperation. Do you see that?
Parties partake to cooperation within the means, it's within, yes.
Yes, and then it lists preventing, combating, and suppressing crime, including but not limited to, it lists them, creation of shared safer cities and towns, development of programs, alignment of strategies, training and capacity building. If you go over leaf at 403, it then addresses at clause 7.2, manner of cooperation. And it says the parties shall cooperate by exchange of information. 721, do you see where I'm reading?
Exchange of information, interest of, yes.
Yes. Searching for wanted suspects and missing persons, sharing of policing technology, training courses. What I'm particularly interested in is from paragraph 7.2.6, which reads, and I quote, cooperation within the framework of this MOU shall take place on the basis of request for assistance from the executive authority or on the initiative of the executive authority which deems such assistance to be of interest to other executive authority. Do you see that?
Yes, yes, yes.
Now, the term executive authority, I think, is defined. Now, that's one that is without definition. We will derive it from the Local Government Municipal Structures Act. At 728, staying at page 403, it says parties shall operate in each other's operating area or jurisdiction only during planned operations and for duration of the operation. In all operations, an operational plan must be submitted prior to the operation within a reasonable time to the Office Sub-Provincial Commissioner for approval.
Yes, yes.
At 729, 7.2.9, it says the executive authority requesting an operation to its area together with subs will take the lead to the operation. Now, these clauses speak to the question of jurisdiction and operating in the various jurisdictions by the various municipal police departments. Do you understand that as well?
Very clear.
Yeah. Now, this document prescribes how that cooperation must happen, and it prescribes that any of the police municipal departments will operate in a jurisdiction other than theirs only during planned operations. That's 7.2.8, do you see?
Yes.
And that goes to the question that Commissioner Kumalo asked you.
Yes.
Whether operating outside your jurisdiction, is it strictly during planned operations or even without planned operations? And I think your response was, it doesn't require planned operations.
No, I've said during and sometimes it's unplanned operations. Members go. In fact, I'm agreeing with you that this document talk about the operations, spontaneous operations, the operations where members got information now and go and execute. Sometimes it leads them to outside where the suspect, they apprehend the suspect and everything.
And he gave an example, I think, about whether you can go search for and arrest a suspect in Soweto without JMPD, and you confirmed that you have the authority to do so.
Yes, I've said we even went,
yes.
We are going outside the province.
Yes, and you
That's what I've
said you go internationally as well.
No, international, I was talking about the exhuming of the previous, yes. It is a different memorandum of understanding than this one.
Okay. Now this would be inconsistent with that answer, but I accept that this was signed in 2025.
Yes.
Because this 2025 version says you may only do so within a planned operation.
No, it is a
the document, I'm not talking about reality on the ground, I'm talking about what the document is telling us.
I agree with you on this one.
So are you suggesting that prior to the signature of this document, something else permitted you to do it otherwise than as prescribed by this document?
Prior and after operations are going on, as I'm saying, I don't want to come in and want to impress the commission that we are complying. The next thing, when we get the states said we went in there and arrested the suspect that was running away from our jurisdiction, said we were able to apprehend.
You ran ahead of me, I hadn't posed my question.
Humble apologies, I apologize.
So if now we know based on this document that it can only be a planned operation and it specifies strictly, clause 7.2, the process that must be followed, and that it requires a request for an operation in its area, as we have read. So this document would suggest that no other form of operation outside a planned operation is permissible. Is that your understanding as well?
But operational is a different story. I agree with you. I was part of this. I was part of formation of this document. I participated in this document.
Okay.
But due to, as I've said, that our jurisdictions, our demarcations, you see, you may find yourself in this era thinking that you're in this era. The other operation makes you to to be outside of jurisdiction whilst you plan to be in this. See, it's happening on a daily basis. I don't want to lie. I don't want to impress this commission.
So
Chairperson.
then I must understand it is still happening today, notwithstanding what this MOU prescribes, that it can only be for planned operations. Nonetheless, EMPD still operates outside its jurisdiction.
Chairperson, it's happening. I can't lie.
Okay.
Yes, it's not only in EMPD. You see, it's happening. As I've said, that you drive around to see members stopping executing. Sometimes find that they were driving towards that place where they stay, or they're going to the place of work, and then offense it's happening.
Okay.
There you can't stop and say, I'm waiting for the command and operational plan, where they are able to need assistance. For example, sometimes the chief of transport will call, hey, I've got my members there, they need your assistance, because they can't execute, they can't do that. There, we intervene. But there are those planned ones, you see.
It might be helpful.
For example, for illicit, sorry.
I was saying it might be helpful to look at page 415, where section 64 prescribed the powers, and that whoever prepared that, it specifically says that the powers in 64F may only be executed within the borders.
You are too fast, Commissioner.
Am I too fast? Page 415. I think if we are looking for the boundaries of the powers.
I got it.
Yes, it says that the powers in 64F of the SEPS Act may only be exercised within the borders of Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Council unless, and this is that important part, unless an appropriate agreement has been signed with a neighboring municipality. So that tells us very clearly that in the absence of an agreement, you don't have the legal authority to operate outside Ekurhuleni Metro. You see where I'm reading?
Yes, I think it's what we need to correct. I agree, we need to stick and correct that. And those that, because I'm still on suspension, those that are viewing, we need to engage on that and make sure that we stick on that. We need to agree that there's that limits and it needs to happen.
Just so I don't get lost, what are you suggesting needs to be corrected?
No, I'm saying we need to stick on that. The way Commissioner Baloyi, she's reading it.
Yes.
You see, we need to make sure that we stick on this. You see.
It's not the way
She's
Commissioner
reading it.
Baloyi is reading it. It's how it's written. It's how it's written
Yes.
here.
And just so you
the
find
correct-
your bearings, that's a 2001 agreement.
May I read it, Commissioner? I think you were too fast. And I read the last.
You may read it.
Please. Section 64F of the South African Police Service Act 1995 prescribe the powers of metropolitan police officers and state that these powers may only be executed within the borders of Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Council unless an appropriate agreement has been signed with a neighboring municipality. To such an agreement have been signed with neighboring municipalities who either already have municipal police service or who are on the verge of establishing such municipal police services. Other agreement with neighboring municipalities will be signed once Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Municipal Services have been established. Okay. The reason therefore is that the other municipalities are not, let me limit myself to this. I get you. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, as I understand it, you say what is supposed to be corrected is that you must stop operating outside your municipal boundaries because Section 64F doesn't allow you to operate outside.
Yes, Chair, I get you now. Thank you. Thank you for correcting.
Just clarify something for me. Assuming your understanding is correct, if EMPD officers were to go to KZN, as you say, or to Soweto to arrest a suspect and confiscate stolen goods, when you come back to EMPD offices, where do you record that event?
The members are having pocketbooks members are having, the units are having OP, but we had a challenge for the past 10 years. They use their own diaries, their own books, they record. But monthly, there's a stats that we're getting in terms of the feedback.
You say it will only appear in the member's individual diary.
Yes,
So
pocket
if a
books.
member went to Soweto to arrest a suspect, or let's not use an arrest because somebody has to be detained if they are arrested. So if they went to Soweto and they confiscated stolen goods, the only place they would record that and the fact that they've confiscated goods is in the member's own individual diary.
From our side, we can check through that.
Where do they book the goods that they have confiscated?
I would say it depends per operation. Sometimes you book or sometimes you, I can't tell. But they are supposed to go to the police station or book it where it's necessary. For example, if you find the explosive, you can't take them to the police station. You call a relevant team to do that. If you find, for example, animals, it's the issue of SPCA. It differs per operation, per your, let me say per operations because
I
it's
think
broad.
you assisted me halfway through your answer because if I understand you correctly, if they confiscate stolen goods in Soweto, they must take them to the police station.
Yes.
And
yes,
that
yes,
must
yes.
be recorded
Yes,
there.
yes, yes, yes.
That's all I needed to
Then
clarify.
through our own books, then we'll get it maybe weekly or monthly, that there was this operation that was done. Because you can't be there every day and
Thank you.
If there's no notebook, because the police officer has lost their notebook, we will never know about that operation.
I must say that, Chair, because that's one of the challenges that was having us. For the past 10 years, we didn't have pocket books, OP books. You see, administration was not there. You see, you only depend when they reported. You see, that's why sometimes you'll get a complaint after a year or 6 months or 7 months. You ask, what happened? You see, why didn't you do this? Why? No, we didn't have this and that. You see, that's a challenge. But at least now, when I acted, we were able to have an agreement with government printers of pocket books of OP because we depended, to be honest, we depended on SAPS. If such police station doesn't have, we were always begging, asking for OP books. You can't ask for SAPS pocket book because it's writing SAPS. But for OP book, members will go or unit commanders. In fact, we were putting them into pressure. That's not supposed to be like that. They will go to a certain police station. If you've got an extra OP, please, may you please borrow us or may you please give us that OP book. Administratively, it was a very serious challenge, I must say, to this commission. But I'm told now that, just that I'm suspended, but they've started to deliver. The government printers have started to deliver OP books, pocket book. I think it has improved now. Because by law, each and every member must issue the pocket book. The unit or the precinct must have an OP where you record. Book members on duty, you book members. So you can't book them on your own diary or pocket book because you may lose it at any time. And that OP must be at the office so that if the other shift is coming in, the precinct commander or that, sometimes you don't have, in other stations, we are having challenges of commanders, but that member that has been identified to be an acting inspector must book all those that are on duty and they must sign that we are here, everything. So that's a challenge that we had as the
Commissioner,
EMPD.
because you have a habit of speaking for a long time, let's not focus on other members, let's focus on you. So your OB book or the OB book that applied to you and your diary, so forget about the other members and other officers. Your one, you are able to produce it.
No, I don't operate on the OB book or diary.
So if you were to go to Mfuleni or Midval or Soweto, where would you, not other members, you, Julius Mkwanazi, if you were going to an operation outside of Ekurhuleni, where would you record that?
By law, I'm supposed to report it on the police radio and say, we are moving out of jurisdiction. But again, it's a challenge Because we don't have communication radios too.
I don't want you to give long answers.
Oh,
Where do you record? Is there a piece of paper where you, Julius Mkwanazi, records that I was in Soweto on this date, it was an operation, and we confiscated stolen goods?
No, I don't have, but I depend on members when they say in their book, they said the chief or the deputy chief or the director arrived at this time, visited us, they record on that.
All right, thank you.
And when they submit their monthly or what, they will also say that we were visited by this person.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And then lastly, on this 2025 agreement at page 403, clause 727, it reads, request for assistance shall be in writing. In case of emergency, request may be made orally. However, shall be confirmed by writing within 3 days. You see where I'm reading?
Page 425, paragraph.
403, page 403, sorry. Clause 7.2.7.
Yes, clause?
7.2.7
Yes.
says request for assistance shall be in writing. In case of emergency, request may be made orally. However, shall be confirmed by writing within 3 days. You see that?
Yes.
And so all requests from one or other to operate outside their jurisdiction, that's my understanding, is that the request must be in writing. It allows for emergency assistance, but prescribes that such requests may then, in those circumstances, be made orally, but must be confirmed within 3 days in writing. Is that, do you understanding as well?
Yes, we are having such requests.
Yes.
Yes.
But is that how you understand 7.2.7? So basically, the request must be in writing, that requirement.
I think I've answered that, Commissioner earlier on.
No, we haven't dealt with this particular point of the request having to be in writing.
Yes, it says so. Yes,
okay,
it says so.
I just wanted to test your understanding because then follows my question. Are you saying that what is in 7.2.7 altered the position as was legally permissible prior to the signature of this document? Was it changing anything? 7.2.7.
No, it wasn't changing anything.
Okay.
In fact, it was adding on some of the operations that we're having. They're done in writing, in time.
All right.
Sometimes you sit and plan as a joint operation with other law enforcement stakeholders.
So it wasn't changing, you say. So therefore, even prior to the signature of this particular MOU, it has always been the requirement that assistance be made in writing. And that's what you practiced within EMPD. Am I correct?
You are correct, but you must also read it with what Commissioner Baloyi was saying in page 415, which covers that in some of the operations, members may act, some may give reports, or sometimes it may not be a planned operation, you see. But there are operations, I agree with you, there are planned operations where there's an operational plan, where all law enforcement stakeholders, they sit, execute together in all different, in 2 or 3 or 4 different municipalities with other law enforcement agencies.
For the record, page 415, which Commissioner Baloyi referred you to, doesn't say you may or may not file reports. I think page 415, as I understand it, in fact makes the point that you may not operate outside your jurisdiction unless you have a written agreement with the authority in that next jurisdiction. That's what it tells you. Absent such an agreement, you don't have legal authority.
That was my understanding, but it was corrected.
Okay.
Commissioner Mkonazi, I thought we were agreed that 415, what I read in page 415, sets the boundaries of what you are allowed to do. It says that the powers in 64F may only be executed within the Ekurhuleni Metro Council unless an appropriate agreement has been signed with a neighboring municipality. And what that means, which I've just read, is that absent an agreement
Yes.
with another municipality, you may not operate in the jurisdiction of another municipality. You understand that? You agree with that?
Yes, Chair, you confused me.
Did I or the chair confuse
No, the
you?
Chair confused me.
How now?
Because
You said the way Commissioner Baloyi read it, and then you said whatever it was you said. And I said to you, this is not about how Commissioner Baloyi read it. It is about how it actually reads. That's all I said. What's confusing with it?
yes, Chair, that's what I was saying. I've said that means it has been our limitation.
That means?
It has been our limitation. We need to correct it and make sure that we stick to what Commissioner
But
Baloyi
that had
said.
nothing to do with what I said. Because as I say, all I said was to correct you when you said, as Commissioner Baloyi reads it. So I just said, it's not about how Commissioner Baloyi reads it.
I get
It's
it,
about the actual content.
Yes, I
And
get it, Chair.
it's about how it actually reads. Am I making sense?
Yes, Chair.
All right. And also another issue I may raise with you, I'm not sure that I understand your cross-referencing to what Commissioner Baloyi read when Ms. Sillo is engaging you on 727. 727 is about requests for assistance, whereas what Commissioner Baloyi read is about where each metro or municipality may exercise its functions, which is that they may only do so within their jurisdiction. That's not about assistance as envisaged in 7.2.7. Do you get the difference?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, Ms.
Thank you,
Sillo.
Chair.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. And if you get the difference, you will leave it at that. The answer you've given stands, or would you like to revisit it?
No. We revisit. When it's a request, you see, it's very clear.
Yes,
Yes, yes.
it must be in writing.
Yes.
So now my question was, the clause I read for you comes from a 2025 agreement. Do you understand?
Yes, Chair.
I wanted to understand whether that requirement was, whether your understanding was that there was such a requirement even prior to 2025. Have you always understood that there must be a request in writing?
You are correct.
That's been your understanding?
Yes, you're correct.
And that is how you have conducted operations outside Ikuruleni?
Yes, if there's a request.
Which
we are doing
request
that.
would be in writing?
Yes.
Okay. I think I'm clarified, thank you.
But that would not always be the case, because on your evidence, if you are chasing a person and they cross into the jurisdiction of another municipality, you can't just let them go. You will chase them and arrest them. I think that's how I understood your evidence.
You are correct, Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, I may talk maybe, for example, when it's crowd management, where they know it's a big joint operation in request. That's what has been happening.
Well, maybe let's use a simpler example. If you are chasing a speeding driver, a driver who was involved in criminal conduct in your municipality, and you chase them and they cross into the JMPD jurisdiction, what do? Do you pursue them into that jurisdiction, or do you stop where your line ends?
We do pursue, Chair.
Yes.
And it's not only limited to that.
Yes.
Even when members are working operational, they get information now that we must go to that. They do that.
Yeah. So you do that even where there has not been a request for assistance. I think it's the point that I'm trying to establish. Yes. Thank you.
Yes.
I think as well, I'm trying to find it, but I can't immediately. I'll find it for you. My understanding, at least, of the law is the regulations, the SUPS regulations, permit you, by you I mean the Metropolitan Police Department, to continue with a pursuit that originates in your jurisdiction, even if it goes beyond the borders. You are permitted to pursue that suspect until the suspect is arrested. Is my understanding correct? And that's stipulated in the regulation. I'll give you the specific regulation tomorrow morning. But generally, is that how you understand it?
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
Yes,
So
that's why
now,
I even said in terms of information, that's what it's happening again.
now that is what I can call hot pursuit. It starts in Germiston, drives out of Ekurhuleni jurisdiction. The law permits the pursuit to continue, even into the next jurisdiction with or without agreement. So it's a specific permission to continue with that pursuit until its objective is met.
Yeah.
I'm saying that to say I agree with you on that.
Yes, but there are also a lot of gray areas, Chair.
Before we get to gray areas, can I get to my question?
Okay.
Thank you. So at least the one regarding pursuit, you and I are in agreement. Again, I go back to the question that Commissioner Khumalo, I think, posed. If you get information while you are in your office in Germiston that a suspect who you believe committed a crime in Ekurhuleni is in Soweto, or there's a suspect in Soweto who committed a crime, let's say in Sandton, do you have the authority to go seek and arrest that suspect without the prior engagement and approval by JMPD? And your response to that was yes.
No.
Oh, sorry, I misunderstood.
Commissioner Khumalo said you may move from here to, not from Soweto to Sandton, not within the jurisdiction of Johannesburg, but from here you may do that to Soweto. If the information leads you to Soweto, Soweto leads you to Randburg, but started from here, the information was got from here, you see.
So you are
But
saying?
yes, but I'm saying when members are around there doing other operation and they find something there, they may execute and arrest. They can't say, we are Metro Police officers, we're here to execute other thing, but there's a crime that is happening because we're in Soweto, it's happening in Soweto. We will run away and leave it. It doesn't happen like that. They must execute because members of public, they see police, they don't see EMPD, JMPD. You see?
Let's forget about hot pursuit. What I think Mr. Lo wants to understand, which is what I think Commissioner Khumalo wanted to understand, and which is what I want to understand. You are sitting.
Sorry, Chair.
You are sitting in your office in Ekurhuleni.
Yes.
And you get information about the commission of a crime and that the alleged culprit is in Soweto. Would you move from Ekurhuleni to Soweto to go and effect an arrest?
Members, they may communicate with members of JMPD or they go to that police station, say, or work with SAPS to assist them. It becomes easier, but it's happening, they go and arrest.
So Ekurhuleni police or EMPD members would not on their own, without being assisted by, after a request by members of the JMPD, simply go to Soweto.
As I've said earlier on, it's happening. You see, it's happening.
It may be happening, but it's something else whether it's lawful, and what we are trying to establish is what is lawful.
Yes.
Would EMPD members lawfully move from Ekurhuleni? And remember, this is not hot pursuit. Move from Ekurhuleni to Soweto and perform whatever functions they think they are entitled to perform.
I think for now, there's no law that has challenged us. As I've said that before I joined,
Is it lawful? I'm not asking whether you've been challenged. Is it lawful?
Yes, in the court of law, they've accepted those dockets. They've sentenced those suspects, you see. And in our minds, or in their minds, it's like that, no, it's lawful, it has been happening, and you see. And I must say, it's many cases where the executor, I submitted an evidence of some of those cases that it has been happening. Before I even become a commander, we've been doing that. And to my understanding, with this current memorandum of understanding, it has even allowed that members must work, because we'll see them saying, hey, we are moving. But another thing is that on what Commissioner Kumalo is saying, it's very important to report to an OP entry, go to a police station and whatnot, so that it will limit the litigations where there will be litigations. Let me say so.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. No, thank you for the responses, Commissioner Mkwanazi. And your responses, I think, will help me at least understand or wrap my mind around a case involving EMPD members outside the jurisdiction of Ekurhuleni. So I needed to understand the legal basis of operating outside your jurisdiction, and I think you have given us your understanding.
Yes.
Now, is there anything else you would like to say about operations outside the city? Because I would propose that we then move to your paragraph 5.
Let's go back to the same page.
Sir, the paragraph we're dealing with is your statement, page 4 on to page 5. And we have just dealt with the annexures that you introduced there, which you have as 19 Roman 1 and Roman 2, but we have agreed to amend that to read 18.1 and 18 Roman 2 at page 5. Do you see
Page
that?
5.
We have just dealt with those agreements.
Yes.
Okay. So my question was, is there anything else you want to say about that subject before we move to your paragraph 5?
Oh, I also talked about our visit as the managers, that we usually visit such operations, whether it is within or you go and check when members are there, because we are, for example, directors are operational. In fact, Metropolis or policing, it's an operational, you see. Operational managers or operational commanders must visit members operationally. You see, in terms of operation, give support, work with them, even though you want to work with them for 10, 11, 8 hours. But that visit boosts the morale and say, our leaders or our commanders are there. That's one of the things that I've touched on here. Thank you.
Thank you. So then that would lead us to your paragraph 5 at page 5, and that paragraph is headed, team deployed to the suspects who were defrauding members of the public with fake stones. Do you see where I am?
Number 5, yes.
Yes. Would you like to briefly deal with then the contents of that paragraph?
Team deployed to the suspect who were defrauding members of public with fake stones. On the 8th of February, we had a joint operation with Province and EMPD, as we always do. We tasked members of truck hijacking task team unit, or task team, let me say, to join other teams as per request from Deputy Chief of the province to attend with them, since it was affecting our area in Johannesburg, and those members who were selling fake stones on social media platform publicly, members are being defrauded, or members of public are being defrauded.
Yeah. Before you go to the next paragraph, you just say the 8th of February, do you recall the year? You haven't indicated the year.
Can I skip? I'll check the year.
Okay, that's fine.
Yes,
we'll revert. At line 4, you say, we tasked members of the truck hijacking task team to join the other teams as per the request of Deputy Chief Inspector Gerald Maseko. Who's Gerald Maseko, and with which?
He's the late who was working at Province.
He's what?
He was working at Province.
What does that mean? Working at Province where? In the health department?
No.
Where?
Gauteng Traffic Department.
This is Gauteng Traffic Department?
Yes.
And you say he's late?
Yes, he's late, Chair.
Oh,
That's why I jumped the name, because
Okay. So, and, you'll come back with the, thank you, you may proceed.
When you say to join the other teams, what other teams?
no, it was his team and some members of JMPD, if I'm not mistaken, if I remember correctly.
Okay? Thank you, Chair.
During the day, we visited to check on their progress. As the seniors members confirmed whereabouts in Johannesburg, where we found them and we communicated with Officer Mackenzie, who confirmed that they were still busy with the suspect. They were still busy with the suspect interrogating, also reported to the police station. Well, they also reported to the police station. We left them as they were still busy, and I was rushing for another meeting or to another meeting after engagement in our area.
Oh, before
But
you
brief-
get to the
yes.
next subparagraph, you say and I think you've done this from your previous subparagraph. You say, we tasked members. You see that at your first subparagraph? And you say, during the day, we visited members. Then, third line of page 6, you say, members confirmed their whereabouts in Johannesburg, where we found them.
Yes.
Now, you consistently refer to the we. Who's we?
As I've said that I was with him.
Oh, by we you mean yourself
Yes.
and
Yes.
Deputy Chief
Yes,
Inspector
yes.
Maseko?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
Before you move on, so the we, I thought it was you in the plural, but we here is with Maseko.
Yes.
So when you say we tasked members of the truck hijacking task team, what team is that?
It's the team that was working on that. There's a team that we formed.
Is it an EMPD team?
Yes,
Is
yes,
it a
yes.
Gauteng?
No. This one that I tasked, it is EMPD. That was work with the other team.
Okay, so you and Inspector Maseko, you tasked
No,
the
let-
EMPD truck hijacking.
Or let me correct it. We explore, yeah, I'm saying I.
Okay,
We, no, you're correct.
that
Thank you.
clarifies it. Thank you.
Thank you.
thanks, Commissioner Baloyi. Now you say at page 6, we found them and communicated with Officer Mackenzie, who confirmed that they were still busy. My first question, who's Officer Mackenzie?
He's an EMPD officer working at hijacking task team unit.
So he's one of the people you personally had deployed.
Yes, from EMPD.
Okay. You say you found them. Who's the them?
No, I spoke with him. He said there are some members are inside.
Now, who did you deploy to this?
From EMPD, it was Officer Mackenzie, Officer Kesha. I think it was the two of them.
Keisha Stalls.
Yes.
And Mackenzie would be Eddie and Mackenzie.
Yes, Chair. I think there were two on that day. Yes, in that operation.
And is there, because you sound a bit hesitant, what record could we possibly have regard to determine who exactly you deployed in the operation? What record of EMPD would you say we should turn to?
They also submitted statement to confirm that there were two.
No, I'm asking about the deployment. You deployed them, remember?
Yes, in their books, they will have
So you
information.
write in their books that you are deploying them, or?
No, remember I've said in that time we didn't have OP books and everything, but on daily basis, in fact there was an inspector who's called Officer Schultz, but he decided to retire during that time because of personnel. They were not having an operational commander. Then Officer Stolz took over to become an acting supervisor. She was recording each and every information of the team, all documenting detailed. Sometimes I will check, hey, can I check your things. I do surprise visit to different teams. Then I'll find the book that she recorded all the things, the activities of the day, the activities of a week. You will find it in her book. As I've said that we didn't have OP book, but she was recording each and everything.
Commissioner Mkonazi, hence my earlier question to you, because the request is made to you. The request is made to you by Gerald Maseko, Chief Inspector, Deputy Chief Inspector, and then you deploy Mackenzie and Stolz. Where do you record A, the request made to you, and B, your decision to deploy these two people? Because we are concerned not about what they recorded, but what you recorded.
Yeah, I deployed them telephonically, Chair. I didn't record anywhere. I phoned.
So you don't have a diary or an entry in writing where details of Chief Inspector Maseko, the nature of the operation, how many people are required from your team, who you've decided to deploy. You don't have a written record of that.
I had diaries where I record everything, Chair. Can I go and check? But I've changed offices many times. But I had diaries where I will record. If I visit, I will record. Or in meetings, in my diary, I will write everything. You see.
I think we can agree that, and I'm reading Mr. Magagula's statement, that it was 2023.
I just wanted the witness to confirm before he says we imposed the year of 23 on him.
Can you confirm that this operation was in 2023 February?
Yes, I think
you
you're
don't
correct.
have to be exact as far as the date is
No,
concerned.
yes, Chair. Yes, Chair.
So on the basis of your response to Commissioner Kumalo's clarification questions, there is no independent record that is owned by EMPD and retained by EMPD regarding this particular deployment. None exists, so there's no point in us going to ask for it. Because it's either in your diary or in Stolz's notebook.
Yes, but there will be monthly report, monthly feedback of different units. From my office, we'll get it as a monthly report from different, but there will be a record from Stolz, and there will be, if I record it, it will be on mine. But I'm definitely sure Stolz was recording each and everything.
Yeah, no, my question was just, if, God forbid, you and Stolz were to be struck by lightning tomorrow, there is no other independent source that can help us understand the deployment. So there is no document within EMPD that we can turn to. That shows that you, Commissioner Mkwanazi, on this particular day, 8th of February, or it might have been before, maybe the execution is the 8th of February, whatever date, that you tasked specific persons to go execute a particular mandate. There is nothing we can search for within EMPD to tell us that, absent your personal diary and Stolz's notebook.
Now, let's check our weekly or monthly report. I think we may find something. Because all the units reports, or from my office I will get it monthly, but from other people they will report it weekly. Maybe we may come up with something. But I know that definitely show it Stolz, because she even reported it that it was submitted to Commissioner of Speech, demanded all the documents and took all the documents. I think we'll find it there. So
just as a last point, so these weekly or monthly reports are not by you, they are to you. They are made to you, not by you.
Oh, no, to me. They are made, yes, to me.
So then I go back to my question. You did not record anywhere outside your diary within records that are owned specifically by EMPD that you task these members. You don't have, there is no such.
That's why I'm saying, I can't remember, Chair. That's why I'm saying, let's check the stats. Maybe in part of the stats it will be recorded. But definitely sure, with the one of Stolz, we'll get it.
Can you just give us some guideline? Where do we search for it?
It was
where do we start the search?
It was 2023, ne?
No, where? When we go
no,
to
I'm thinking,
EMPD?
I've changed many offices. I'm thinking who will be the correct person. I think offices of specialized services, the admin of
and then we ask them to look at what?
Weekly diaries or monthly feedback of that month.
So we're back to
Yes.
diaries. So outside
Not diaries,
diaries,
let me say feedback. There's a format of feedback that I submitted, that where all the units, all the people are submitting. Can you check on that, Chair? I think it will assist us. Because I may not recall exactly, you see, but I know that even changing offices, but some of the document will be there.
This feedback is submitted to who? Is it to a meeting? Is it to your superior?
Yes,
Where
we
do
submit it to monthly. They submit to like me as a director. I will get all the feedback, you see, from the unit.
Yes.
Then it will come to me. From me, I will take it. Or from seniors, we select the highlights. But it will be recorded. You will take it to the seniors up until the last office.
So
which is the
you would
office
have
of the
taken,
chief of
so
police.
you would have taken it where? So your Stoltz and Mackenzie give you a report?
I was suspended that month, but I think the office will have taken
The month
it.
of the operation?
February, yes, I was suspended around February. You see, I couldn't consolidate.
So you did not submit?
No. The ladies may have consolidated it.
The ladies in
The
the,
office, yes. Yes, because they will consolidate for all the units. All the information that is submitted, they will consolidate and send it to me or send it to the person who is in charge. By that time, the person, immediately when I was suspended, there was another acting director in the specialized services.
yeah, but if you were suspended before you submitted, then the acting person, if you don't have a record of your own, the acting person would not have a report from you because you don't submit, you don't prepare a report from this operation.
No, remember, Commissioner, the report is not for me. It's submitted to my office.
By
It's for the
Stoltz,
seat.
by Stoltz and Mackenzie.
Yes, no. It will be by stores, but for all the units, they submit to one central office. Then there it was, the acting supervisor was stores for all the operations that have been taking place since the resignation, or yes, it was the resignation of the unit commander. Then stores took over to record everything.
Okay.
thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. We are still at page 6. You then conclude with the second paragraph at page 6 on this topic. Is it stopped working?
It's out again. There's a guy who was assisting me. Sorry, Chair.
He's coming. He'll be with you in a minute. He's coming.
Yes, my ears are too small and this thing is big. They keep on. Sorry, Chair, when I'm sweating, it moves because my ears are too small.
Well, maybe the solution is to stop sweating. Can you hear me clearly now?
Yes,
Okay.
I can hear you.
I'd referred us to your page 6 of your supplementary statement. And I was making the point that under discussion, you conclude with a second paragraph at page 6. So if you could just quickly read that.
This is very touching on me. Paragraph 6 on the issue of kidnapping.
What is touching?
Before you do paragraph 6 issue of kidnapping, let me just get this. If you go back to page 5, I didn't realize that you finished with that paragraph. JMPD in the second line that you refer to, and there's also province. Maseko belonged to what? To JMPD?
No, to province.
And who represented JMPD in your team?
I didn't meet with them, but operational, they met with them. I only communicated with one, with Maseko, yes.
So you had even though you had assigned people here, you had no dealings with JMPD, you as the head?
Yes, but they've confirmed that they worked with them.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you.
So this was a traffic police operation? Because you said Maseko is from the provincial traffic police.
We were part, Chair. I can't.
Whose operation was it?
He's the one that came with, and they communicated with JMPT. All of us were part of that operation, Chair. I can't say it was him.
So who was in charge?
It was me and him.
So you were in charge of this operation?
Yes, it was me and him.
And you have no record of it because there are no annexures relating. You have annexures for everything else except for this operation.
Chair, in the statements, in the previous main statement, the members, I was able to get two statements from them where they've mentioned that all the recorded details and everything.
But they mention after the event. I'm talking about before and during the event. There is no annexure setting out the nature of the operation, who's in charge of it, who's the complainant, why you are involved, who you are deploying, what happens after the deployment, what did you confiscate, what did you do with that? There's no record of that.
No. In their statement, it touches...
No, not in their statements. I thought we agreed that you asked them to prepare statements. So after the event, they prepared statements. But in the ordinary course of policing operations, because they are not witnesses, they don't do statements. They record what they were tasked to do and what they did and how the operation ended. So there's no record of that.
May I respond, Chair? In their statement, they've said they recorded everything. All their documents were taken by Commissioner Revo's piece, I think even IP2, that's what they've said, that they recorded everything. You see, not to say they were responding to me, but they mentioned everything, that no, all the documents and everything, where they were recorded everything.
I find it strange that you were in charge of the operation, but you yourself don't have any record.
You know, Chair, the operation that to run it from when it starts, let me say before, during, and after, where you keep everything, but where you come and check and go, that's where I'm having challenges, you see. But now I see that each and every hour, and I must go back to become an operational officer and have my own people go pocketbook that I record everything, not to depend on others.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just ask, sorry, Mr.
Yes, Commissioner Malloy.
The Gauteng Traffic Department, what is their mandate? Are they involved in law enforcement
Yes,
as a body?
Yes, Chair, now they are. They've assisted us.
At the time of this operation?
Yes, they are. In fact, Chair, we have worked with them in many operations, especially in crimes. Remember, some of the infrastructure belongs to the province. You see, they've established the teams that are responsible for your infrastructure, cable theft, damage of cities' infrastructure, and other crimes. Truck hijack, let me say, they've got all the teams that we're having, in short. You see, they are responding to all the crimes that are affecting the province.
They do
Yes.
exactly the same work that the South African Police Service does?
And what we're doing, yes. And they've assisted a lot, Chair, because some members have got information, have responded and reacted on that.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. We were still at your page 6. No, we hadn't started on the next topic of the issue of kidnapping, I had invited you to deal with your last paragraph on the topic of the fake stones. The third is the second paragraph on your page 6 that starts with the words, but the briefing.
I think I've covered it, or must I repeat it?
Please repeat it, because if
Yes.
you did, I missed it.
But the briefing I got in the afternoon was that all paperwork was then handed over to the other team members. And I was told that all the other documents were taken by Commissioner Rivers Peace and Erasmus when I was suspended. The same month they were arrested for something else.
Now here you indicate that you got a briefing in the afternoon. I take it it's in the afternoon of the same date?
Yes, I called them the afternoon of the same date.
So on the afternoon of the 8th, the day of the operation, the paperwork was handed to the other team members.
Everything was handed to the other team members because they did paperwork.
Yes.
Yes, even though I'm not sure what type of paperwork because I didn't have an opportunity to check. You see, as Commissioner Kumalo was saying, recording and other things, you see.
So you wouldn't know, they briefed you that all paperwork was handed over to the other team members, and are you saying that you don't know what paperwork they were talking about?
No. In the report that I will get, they will be specifying it, but I wouldn't know.
No, in the briefing, I want to know what you were informed as to paperwork in the briefing.
No, I wouldn't know.
So based on operations of this nature, would you have a sense of what those documents ought to be? Paperwork.
I think it's the recording of what they got there and maybe the evidence that they got or whatever that they got there. It's not only paperwork. Yeah, it's just that I limited it to paperwork. I must correct it. Everything that they got, they said they handed it, not only paperwork. May I correct that, Chair?
Okay, so you say the briefing you got then that afternoon was that all paperwork you want to add and evidence?
Yes, let me not limit it to paperwork. Yeah, I just was typing. It's my mistake.
Okay, that's fine. I'm sure that the commissioners won't have a challenge. So we know the conclusion of that operation, they had paperwork and then they had the evidence.
Yes.
And they briefed you that these were handed over to the other team members. Who are these other team members?
I didn't ask because I know that they were working with other team members. But I know that in their recording, they recorded it. Because in her statement, when I said, Kesha, there's this thing that is coming. He said, no, man, don't worry, I recorded everything. Even where I handed it, I recorded. I said, no, I'm sorted, it's fine.
So at the time they briefed you, you didn't know who the other team members were?
Yes, when I came back, she was no longer there now.
Come again?
I'm saying when I came back, she was no longer.
No, I'm still on the day of the briefing. At that point, you didn't know who the...
No, the debriefing was telephonically.
Oh.
Yes, it was telephonically.
Okay. Then you just accepted that the paperwork and the evidence was given to these other team members that you don't know.
Yes.
Who are the other team members?
I know.
This is your operation for EMPD, so you must surely know the team that you have involved in this operation. You've mentioned Stoltz and Mackenzie. You've mentioned those two. The briefing you get from Stoltz or Mackenzie that same afternoon of the operation is that the paperwork has been given to other team members. So you should be able to say who are the other team members that were involved.
You are correct, Chair. Remember, I don't know other juniors from other teams because I didn't have one briefing with them. I didn't meet them physically. I don't know them, Chair, because it's juniors that belong to other people. They are not in my command. You see.
So, but ought the paperwork and the evidence not have been then handed over to Deputy Chief Inspector Gerald Maseko?
No.
Who was the initiator of this entire operation?
No, Kesha wrote in her statement, she even wrote everything. You see, not in her statement, even she said in that OP, she recorded everything, or that book that she was using, she recorded everything. You see.
No, I'm asking you as Commissioner Mkwanazi, you have a joint operation, you say, with Gauteng Traffic Department, and I think you mentioned another entity,
JMPD, yes.
JMPD.
Yes.
So and you said, and I think to Commissioner Baloi's question, you indicated that Deputy Chief Inspector Gerald Masako was responsible, together with you, for the operation.
Yes.
You are briefed that same afternoon, and you know that there is paperwork, you know there is evidence, you have asked that we add, and paperwork and evidence. Was the paperwork and the evidence not, would that not properly have been handed over to yourself? And or Deputy Chief Inspector Maseko as the people who led this team?
No,
Is that not how it happens?
no, it will be the feedback, but the paperwork, when I was not there, it was not headed, because I was not there when they finalized an operation.
I'm trying to understand how it happens in your environment. You are in charge, the paperwork and evidence is handed over, but it's not handed over to you.
Yes.
It's handed over to somebody, and you don't get to know who that somebody is. Is that
No,
basic essence of how operations
No, they
work?
wrote in the statement, Commissioner. You see, I was not there physically. I attended some commitment to another meeting. I was not there with them. You see.
No, I'm more interested in the briefing. You got a briefing. You
Telephone call
didn't inquire. I accept that, right?
And I've said it's a telephone call briefing. I
And
called, they
even
briefed
then-
me, yes.
You had a voice over the telephone. You didn't inquire. Okay, now you say, you go further and you say, I was told that all other documentation were taken by Rivers Peace and Henny Erasmus when I was suspended. Just a clarification, all other documentation taken by Rivers Peace, is this the same paperwork that was handed to the other team members, or is it different document? I'm trying to see if I should differentiate between.
Yes, they said all their diaries for
Okay.
everything that they recorded, all the paperwork for other operation that we're having as a team, everything was taken from them. When they were suspended, they took everything. By that time, I was not there. They took everything. They were suspended after me, you see, for other duties and for other operations. Then they took everything. In fact, in their statement, in their affidavit,
Yes.
they wrote everything, that it was this and that and that and that.
But just to make sure I understand, the documentation here taken by Rivers Peace and Henny Erasmus is not the same paperwork that was handed over to the other task team members. It's not about this particular operation.
But they could have recorded all those things that are there. That's what they told me. They submitted, but on their side, they had information and everything there.
The passive voice here, as opposed to the active voice, confuses me. One is forced to just assume who you are referring to right at the end of the sentence, after closing brackets, after 2023, comma, then the same month they were arrested. You open with a passive voice, you got a briefing, and you also close with the passive voice. Now, I do not know who were arrested, but I assume it's a reference to Keisha Stores and Adrian Mackenzie.
It's 3 officers.
Yeah.
Keisha Stores, Adrian Mackenzie. I forgot the other name because he's a constable. But the 3 of them were arrested for Binoni case, something like that. Yes.
It's not that important, but it's just that the same month they were arrested. You say that after referring to Rivers Peace and Henny Erasmus, and I know you are not suggesting that it's those 2 people that were arrested. No. But as I say, grammatically, this is a bit confusing, yes, especially because of the passive voice.
I know you always say that, Chair, humble apologies. You don't want to say the thing and what you want us to be specific, Chair.
Thank you.
That's what I've learned from you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mkonas, can you just clarify the first paragraph on page 6? You say in the second line, second sentence, members confirm their whereabouts in Johannesburg, where we found them and communicated with Officer Mackenzie. So did you yourself go to the scene of this incident?
Yes, Chair, I called, they told me, let me listen to you first.
So
just
you
to
were
check
there?
it. Yes, I went there, I drove.
Yes, and who did you find there?
Officer Mackenzie.
And the other teams that you are referring to, did
Where?
you see any other teams or just Mackenzie and
No,
Stalls?
somewhere inside. No, I didn't even see stalls. Somewhere
did you
inside.
see?
Mackenzie. I
And
communicate,
you
Mackenzie
only
came
saw
out.
Mackenzie?
Yes, Mackenzie came out.
So
and
you don't even
communicated.
know that JMPD was inside, and you don't know that the Joburg or Gauteng Traffic Department was inside? Because you did not see them, you only saw Mackenzie.
Yes, I only saw Mackenzie.
So you don't know that there was another team other than the people you sent there?
No, in their statement, they mentioned that they were there.
Who was there?
The other team
Who,
members.
who did they say was there?
Or they didn't specify in terms of the name.
No, I thought you said in their statement they said the other team was
No, I'm saying me, I don't know them. But they mentioned, when you check the statement that is submitted to the commission, that is submitted, I think they submitted to IP, they specify, they mentioned.
My understanding is that other than Mackenzie and Stalls, there was one other person there. Now that one person cannot constitute a team, according to my understanding of what a team is. So if it was Mackenzie and Stalls and one other person, there couldn't have been other teams there because it's your team and one other person.
But in their statement, they mentioned that they were there, they handed over to them. I was not there. I can't say you are lying. You see, I can't say I can't take it.
And then when you say...
They will prove it, yes.
When you say where we found them there, who is we?
I've said I was driving with, one officer was driving me and from EMPD, an officer and senior or the deputy director.
Who is that was driving with you?
I will tell you his name. I will remember his name now.
But it was not somebody from JMPD
No.
or Gauteng Traffic
No.
Department?
It's a person who drives me sometimes.
It was your team member?
Yes, EMPD, yes.
Okay. Then where was Maseko and the other person who's in charge of the operation?
No, we
did
drove.
you see him that day when you went to the
No, we drove in one car when we went there.
No.
Then
I asked you who was in the car. You said it was your team member.
no, I've been saying it. It's just I've been saying it that when we arrived there, even in my statement, it says so. It was me, Masego, and the guy that was driving me.
In one car?
Yes, we were three. It was the three of us in one car. Yes, and it was an EMPD car. He drove us with the EMPD car.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. On that score then, who did you say was the person responsible for JMPD in this operation? We know you were EMPD. Director Maseko was Gauteng Traffic Department. Who was responsible for JMPD?
I've said I didn't communicate with anyone from EMPD from my side.
Sorry, say that again?
From my side, I didn't communicate with anyone from JMPD.
No, I appreciate that, but
Yes.
do you know who was responsible for the JMPD side?
No, I don't. I was going to mention him or her. Yeah.
So I take it, I understand then you say on the afternoon where you got the briefing, all paperwork is paperwork generated by Stalls and Mackenzie during the operation.
Let me say Stalls, because
Stalls,
I know Stalls,
okay.
she records everything. She's a good administrator.
Okay. And you recall that when we were dealing with that MOU, we said these requests for assistance are in writing. Where do we find the request? From either Gauteng Traffic Department and or JMPD to you requesting assistance in this regard?
No, there was no formal request. It was the issue of the morning and say, this is an operation, these people are operating, can we go and hit very fast? Then you allowed.
Oh, so earlier you had said that you always do these requests in writing. This particular operation does not have a written request.
Yes, remember the memorandum of understanding was even talking about days. Here it was not an issue of a day. It was the issue of hours.
Yes, that memorandum said if it's an emergency. Was this an emergency?
Yes, because they were robbing people and were told they were moving. Then they went in.
Okay. And
Yes.
that memorandum goes further. That particular clause 7.2.7 stipulates that if it's an emergency, the request will be oral, but will be confirmed within 3 days in writing.
That's why I'm saying that the report will talk to that in terms of the report of.
No, I'm asking, not the report. The report is by stores.
No, we don't have.
So there was never a
There was
request
never, yes.
in
No, there was
writing?
never, yes.
Okay, notwithstanding that, you've always understood that to be the
Yes.
requirement?
No, there was no.
Okay, then I think your final topic is the issue of kidnapping. Would you like to deal with that?
Chair, I would like to deny and say, I don't plan to do any kidnapping. I'm a police officer, I can't do that, especially to my colleague, to my junior, you see, in the EMPD. Everything that they came or she came and testified about me kidnapping at night, it's not true. Why I'm saying that, there was a report that I got from EMPD as a director, was a director at that time. No, she said now. You see, I don't remember when is that, but there's a report that I got now that she was involved in kidnapping. Well, now it's a deputy chief of police. She said it's a recent thing. Now it's a deputy chief of policing. She was kidnapped. I got a report from the director of specialized services. He got it from the deputy director of specialized services, because Chief Subtipa, she's deployed at Oliver Regional Tambo Airport. When she was working there, that's when she came up with the story that she was kidnapped and what, I don't want to say a story. She was kidnapped. I got a report after a day or two, you see, that there's this report of kidnapping. She was kidnapped by someone, what people kidnapped her, they wanted to do, they fought with those people, you see. It means that they saw those people, she fought with them, she disarmed them, even though here she said it was a firearm, she was also between a firearm and a knife, you see. I had nothing to do that. Why I'm saying that, there's at no stage that Colonel Tipa or Chief Superintendent that came to me and say, the allegations of blue light against you, there's this, that against you. You see, she has never reported to me direct. She was reporting to other people. I never interacted, except when the social word or else we are meeting somewhere. Hello, Ndona is joking. We say 1, 2, or 3 things. You see, all other things. As I'm saying that, she has been reporting all other seniors for serious allegations at EMPD. And we're able to trace and track that through evidence that has been submitted that all her allegations are not true. Other colleagues will write statements and say, no, we're there. The issue of sexual harassment against this senior male colleague is not true. It was because she doesn't want to comply. I had many reports, as I've mentioned in the statement, that where members have been complaining, and I was not directly dealing with her because she's having 2 commanders or 2 seniors before me. You see, that she report directly, and before I had other people complaining about bullying and all other things, want to charge at people, physically charge at people or beat juniors, calling them in social media, all with all these names. I won't mention the names, Chair. You see, but all those things, you see, how, and she even mentioned one of the mother of my child, that she was part, even came in the morning to go and check that is she still alive, of which is not true, Chairperson. You see, she came here and cried, but I'm saying those tears were not true tears, Chairperson, because she knows very well that I'm not capable of doing that. You see, I'm the person who believes in engagements, Chair. I don't even believe in parades. I believe in a meeting. That is why sometimes you find me differing with my senior. I say, no, let's sit down in a meeting and engage. If I'm defeated, I will take that and say, it's my position. That's how I grew up. They say, if you are defeated in the meeting, we take that idea of a person who won and make sure that it's yours. And make sure that I defend it. Well, my members will tell you that, but when you came before, you were saying this. You say, but I'm from the meeting. In the meeting, they gave me reasons and I agree with them. Now it is my position, and this is what we are going to do, you see. I strongly deny these allegations. And there are cases that have been opened. In those cases, my name is not mentioned. I don't know why she came here and mentioned my name. Because in those cases, you can go, I even requested the commission, go and check those dockets that have been opened. There are many dockets that have been opened against by sinners at EMPD. I decided not to do that after the commission said, no, I'm not going to grow, I'm not going to benefit anything out of this. In summary, I'm saying, you can check all the, I even submitted. Currently, she's attending other disciplinary hearing within the city of Ekurhuleni for all these allegations and everything. Mine, I didn't even want to forward it, see, Chairperson. But my character has been assassinated. My character has been badly dealt with, you see. You know, when you open, my kids open social media, they see, hey, you are a kidnapper. I'm not against, I will tell you, Chairperson, I believe in non-racist, non-racial, prosperous South Africa. I was very clear in terms of promotion that, guys, we need to balance. This thing of policing being dominated by males, by us, must come to an end. Everything must balance when we are addressing these issues. Gender-based promotion, and I'm one of those who support programs of women. At EMPD, excuse me, Chair, at EMPD, they can tell you, Chair, I'm very vocal when it comes to those issues. You see, I can't wake up one day thinking a person hasn't even done anything to me. Even those that have came to me, you see. When Commissioner Revo Spies was sitting, we were sitting in a council with Commissioner Revo Spies, with Commissioner Deputy Chief Babu Mzolo. When he came and said, hey, did you say this thing of blue light and what Mzola said, Commissioner Mzola said, no. Talk to him correctly, because he was talking to me about these things. He was not even fighting. There's no need for me to fight with Commissioner of Space. You see, that's why I even said in this commission that it's a process of the council. I'm not bitter, I'm not angry because of this. I have to account if I need to account for the decision. I even said I take ownership of talking to Vusi, talking to Mr. Mike van Veek, and bringing them to the seat if they were brought. I even said that when Commissioner Balo showed me some main red tapes on the decision that I took, I said, I took ownership of that. I take that responsibility. But thinking of kidnapping, of course, Chair, I strongly deny that. That's what I won't do in my life. Even if when I'm dead, I won't be a skeleton that comes and kidnaps us, because it's not within me. It is not within me. I grew up in the student movement, understanding gender-based issues, understanding non-sexist policies, and the Constitution is very clear on that. You see, if I have to engage, if I want to complain, I must write a formal complaint to the council and say, I think she's dealing with me, but she hasn't even come to me, Chair. I don't even own the vehicle where she claims that she went, or they tested in Natis and got my name and find that I own that vehicle. They've got a proof to it. And I've said, let them submit. I don't even have that car. That let them, I have it, Chair.
Thank you.
By skeleton, I assume, I waited for you to finish. By skeleton, I assume you mean Spook. A spook. I won't even do it, Chair, even if I can become a spook. You see, because it's not within me. As I'm at this age, Chair, my kids will tell you, our father is not even in a single day lay a hand on us. All right.
I don't believe in noise. I believe in sitting down. Hey, this is wrong. You are going to face many things if you do like this and that. I'm a man who doesn't believe in violence. I believe in engagement. That's how I grew up. So let's engage.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Before we leave this topic, then just if the commissioners could note, and please confirm for me, at the bottom of page 6 of your statement, after the words in parentheses sexual harassment, do you see where I am? You then note annexure pages 204E to 204S.
Sorry, it's the last page.
No, page 6 of your statement.
Yes.
Last sentence.
Yes.
You see where it reads sexual harassment, yes. Then you say it's followed by the words annexure pages 24E to 204S. Do you see that?
Yes.
Please, I've just checked the file. You do confirm that's annexure JD 12? Your original annexure that you had provided with your statement,
It's
she'll
not there.
she'll
Or the
locate
original.
JD 12. I just want to confirm that those pages refer to that particular annexure. E to 204E to S. It's those documents and following that you say concern the sexual harassment claims.
Chair, it's supposed to be one of them.
No, it goes from 204E to 204S.
Yes.
So that's
Yes,
correct.
yes.
All right. If we do the same quick exercise, the first paragraph on page 7 concludes with the wording, she always got protection from Chief of Police before Madlanga Commission.
Yes, Chair.
You say she always got protection. She, I take it, is Ms. Tepper.
Yes, Chair.
Got protection from the Chief of Police, Mr. Isaac Mapieye, before Madlanga Commission.
Yes, Chair, you'll see in one of the annexures, there are many complaints by, I can see, there are many complaints by her juniors. I'm not talking about the seniors now, about her juniors. There are many grievances, formal grievances. I've attached those letters against them, and there were no formal sitting. There was no any attempt to attend, where she promised them, I will physically beat you, and calling them the names that I can't call in this commission.
Yes.
They've wrote and submitted social media things that I've attached to prove that. I'm not talking about I'm not creating a character.
No, if I may just clarify.
Yes, it is them.
It is the before Madlanga Commission that I was interested in, because you say she always got protection from Chief Mapieye, and I assume that to be in the workplace.
Yes, Chair.
But then you say before Madlanga Commission, are you saying as testified by Mapieye, I don't know, or by herself?
Or before she testified at Madlanga Commission,
Okay.
internal within EMPD
Okay.
and the city of Ekurhuleni.
So the protection is in the workspace?
Yes.
All right. And then thanks for that correction. You then reference annexure pages 163C to 163O, same file. On my record, that would be JD 10, 163C. Please stay with him. I'm going to
Wait.
direct.
Yes. Yes, madam.
The
Oh, yes, Chair.
commissioners should read reference to annexure pages 163 capital C and 163O as part of JD 10.
Yes, Chair.
Okay. In the last paragraph, you do the same. The last sentence reads, attached is a statement from Deputy Director and Klapo's report to the department, annexure pages 163A, 163B. So if you go 2 pages back of JD 10, that's the only document I find signed by GB Klapo, Deputy Director, Special Services. Is that the
Chair.
document?
Yes, Chair, to the Director of Specialized Unit.
Yes,
Yes.
to D. Singh. So once again, that is JD 10. Correct? Is
Yes,
that
yes,
annexure JD 10?
Yes, Chair.
All right. May.
So against 163C to 163O, we should say part of JD 10.
Both are part
and
of.
then again, 163A, 163B, part of JD 10.
And the page numbering there refers to the actual page number within the annexure itself.
Thank you, thank
I
you.
just wanted to clarify that.
Thanks for that
Yes,
clarification.
yes, Chair.
Then that would bring us to the end of your supplementary statement, unless you have anything else you'd like to highlight. That would be the conclusion of your supplementary statement.
Yes, Chair. I'm not sure. There was one, but I feel that I must say it in record, where it said that there's a unit that reports direct to me, DEU. I couldn't put it here. You see, I must say it in that record. There's a director, as you see here. There's a director of specialized services. All the units, they're not even reporting to him direct. It was said by Mr. Makakula from IPT. You see, let me correct that, Chairperson. You know, and I know that Advocate Silo, you emphasized, you even said, are they reporting to Mkwanazi? It was you emphasized on him. Then he responded, yes, yes. You see, but let me correct it because it was him who said yes. Specialized DU reports to superintendent, inspectors, the superintendent. There's no, I'm not sure about the chief superintendent because in other units you don't have. Then there's a deputy director, there are deputy directors, there's a director. They don't report to me. Anything that I got from Mr. Makakula, it was telephonic. I referred to him, go and report to the director. And him and the director, they've been talking, and I don't even know the officers. I only know one officer because he stays in the Southern Regional State. Other officers, I don't even know them because it's big, EMPD is big. I won't know each and every officer there. I want to state it in record. I feel that's what I even covered, you see, unless the commissioner will say, another supplementary, but I will fight with Madam Silo and say, no. Because I feel that it is, and it is there in me, that it's dealing with me. You see that everything that is wrong at EMPD is Julius Mkonas. As if I'm the only person who has been commanding from chief, once the chief is there, and what. You see, I know that you must take responsibility when you are in charge, but if I don't have information, I can't claim. You see, I don't have info. And when they were arrested, not arrested, all the details and case numbers, now with that, he has been attending, they've been talking on daily basis, you see. Or it's just because I'm not boot, because he said he's talking to the chief as boot. It doesn't address me boot, you see. That's why he's throwing everything to me. And he knows that he complains to me as a senior. And I will say, talk to Henry Rasmus, he's leading integrity and standard. Talk to that director. He will refer to the unit commander. He will refer you to this person as the line of code, because I know that in other units you don't have that, you see. But in those that we are having, fortunately in that unit, there's a clear line of command. We have promoted people, you see. I don't even have any information about.
Can I, just to understand what you're addressing now, DEU is what? Drug Enforcement
Drug Enforcement Unit, yes.
Does it fall under Operations and Specialized Services?
Yes.
Where you were director before you became deputy chief?
No. When it was formed, I know that I was suspended. But when it was before, it used to fall under me, but there was a unit commander.
No,
the same.
Hold on a bit about the unit commander.
Yes.
I'm more interested in the overall accounting person for that DEU. I'm just trying to understand that.
Yes, Commissioner.
Where did it fall?
Operations and Specialized Services. And
where were you at the time that it was formed and it fell under the Operations and Specialized Services? What was your position?
I'm not sure when is the complaint. Is that I was but I think I was the deputy chief of police.
Already?
Yes.
When the complaint was lodged?
Yes, when the complaint was lodged, I was the deputy chief of police.
But before while you were still director, this DEU ultimately reported to you?
No. It is the unit that was formed later than other unit. They reported to the person who's promoted the director now. They were reporting to him, not to me.
So they've never reported to you?
No.
As a director?
Yes, no.
Of operations?
Yes, they were formed now. It's the last unit to be formed, I think 2023, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it is the last unit to be formed.
When did you become
2020.
When did you become deputy chief?
2023. No, 2023 I became.
December?
Yes, 2023 December, yes.
December.
You are correct, yes.
And you say this unit was formed after?
Yes, I think it was formed after. I haven't have any authority instructing them, and you see. But I know them when they are having successes, because all the people, all the Metro Police officers that are wearing uniform, they are reporting to Deputy Chief Operations and Specialized. It's your precinct, it's your region.
Which is you?
Yes,
Okay, so in the end, they do report to you as deputy chief?
yes. That's why I don't even deny it when Deputy Director Makakula called me. Then I referred him to the relevant people who will assist in terms of deployment and information and everything.
Okay.
And they've been communicating, exchanging documents. I don't know now when there are lights and cameras, it's changing
No,
everything.
I just wanted to confirm
Yes.
what it is you were speaking to and who this unit referred to. You've answered me, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner.
Ms.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. So you have put the matter of the DEU on record. Would you say that concludes your supplementary statement to the Commission?
Yes, unless if there's the latest information that I got yesterday, I got on Sunday. You see, I'm not sure that, because it doesn't say I must submit anything in writing.
No.
It say this is the new evidence. You will guide me. You will
Oh,
guide me.
no, those are, he's referencing the exhibits submitted by us, no. Sorry, a supplementary statement is not necessary for that purpose. I just wanted to know this statement that you submitted, that we have just dealt with, you have added the issue of DEU. Have we covered everything that you wanted to place before the Commission through this supplementary statement? Remember, you still have your main statement. Just wanted to understand that you are comfortable that we have covered everything that is in the supplementary statement.
I think so. I think so. And
Chair.
I'm covered when you say I'm still having that statement. I'm covered.
Yes. That being the case, then that would conclude Mr. Mkonazi's testimony insofar as his supplementary statement is concerned. We did indicate that we think we have found a solution to avoid any confusion that might arise from accepting the amended statement with its annexures and reading it together with the first statement. The effect is that we will have three, but we will have cross-referenced within the amended statement to avoid the confusion of which annexure is referenced at which point. And that exercise will conclude tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Ms. Lo. There's something that I must address. Some may see it as minor. To me, it is not minor at all. After lunch, we were 5 minutes late. I had said we'd resume at 2:25, and we resumed at 2:30. I was at fault, not my co-commissioners. How I got my wires crossed, I have no idea. Somehow, between the adjournment and the time we started, I thought I had said we start at 2:30. I want to apologize to those present here and to those viewing the proceedings remotely. I apologize most profusely for being 5 minutes late. If I do not tender this apology, I will not in future be able to chastise people who are late. I apologize most profusely. Commissioner Mkwanazi, let's start tomorrow at 9:30. Let us adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.
stepmother and grandfather.
Good morning, all. Welcome back. It's 9:29. We are ready to start the day's proceedings. Please make sure that your phones are off. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Sello.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioner Kwanazi.
Morning, Chair. Morning, Commissioners.
Good morning, and welcome back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps at the risk of stating the obvious, for the Chair to remind Mr. Mkwanazi he's still under oath, as he has previously appeared.
Perhaps let's do a fresh one.
Okay, I'm happy to.
Yeah. Commissioner, do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
Oh, so help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Apologies, Chair. I can't hear you.
Sorry, but did you hear everything
Yeah, but I
I
heard
heard?
you.
You heard me?
Yes.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mkwanazi, you recall the last time you appeared, which was towards the end of 2025. We hadn't completed your testimony, and we stood it down to a date to be determined by the commissioners. A date was determined, and I think twice. We had to postpone your appearance. On the last occasion, it was postponed to today. When that application to postpone was granted, it was moved in part by myself, having had a consultation with you on that same day, you recall?
Yes.
And your attorney confirmed. Now, I would like us to deal with some procedural matters before we continue with your actual testimony to the Commission.
Let me just raise something.
Yes, Chair.
Briefly. Commissioner, what has since become of your legal representation? First time you were not legally represented, but on the later occasion or occasions you were. What has since become of that?
Thank you, Chair. As Chair, we couldn't reach
It's easy to just say I fired my lawyers.
No, I can't. We couldn't reach some agreement in terms of finances.
Oh, right.
Yes. It was a challenge.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. That is correct. Once again, Commissioner Mkwanazi appears unrepresented today. Thank you. Just for the record, the attorneys filed a notice of withdrawal, so it is on record. So, Mr. Mkwanazi, I was saying, before we turn our attention to your evidence, there are some procedural issues I would like us to deal with. And for that purpose, I'd like to distribute a small bundle. And as they do so, you recall that when we postponed to today, it was because your mother had passed away. Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
And she was scheduled to be buried on the following Saturday, which was the day after the postponement was granted.
Yes.
And for that purpose, you had shared with us, as the evidence leaders and the legal team, a copy of the program for the funeral the next day, or your mother's funeral, correct?
You are correct.
And your mother's funeral, your mother's name, if I have it right, is Rofina Petunia Mkwanazi.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you thereafter kindly provided us with, or provided the commission's attorneys with a copy of the death certificate and a copy of her ID. That's correct?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Now, I recall from the program you had provided us that at the back of that program was a collage of pictures. And the program, the obituary stated that Mrs. Petunia Mkwanazi, your mother, had 7 children and you were the second of the 7 children.
Yes, yes, yes.
Before I get to my next question, I don't seem to recall from the program, where was the funeral held?
Tsakani.
Yeah, where? Was it a church, a community hall?
Church, the service was at the church.
Okay.
Yeah, same street.
All right.
Yes.
So you are the second of the 7 children of Mrs. Petunia Mkwanazi. The little bundle I have given you has got 4 documents. If you could turn to item 1, the first document, you confirm that is the ID document of Mrs. Petunia Mkwanazi, is that so?
Yes.
And item 2 is the death certificate of the same person.
Yes.
I see that there are a number of documents we have here that reflect your ID number. Do you confirm, I'm not going to say the full ID number, but do you confirm that it starts with 75?
Mine?
Yes.
Yes, yes, 75.
Which means you were born in 1975.
Yes.
I see from these 2 documents that Mrs. Petunia Rofina Mkwanazi was born in 1965.
20s. Yes, you are correct.
So you're making your mother 10 years older than you.
Yes, I will explain that.
And you being her second born, so that would suggest her firstborn was born around, when she was around the age of 8. You confirm that?
He was born in 1974. Yes, I confirm
Okay.
that.
And you confirm that is true?
Yes, I confirm that.
That you were born of this lady, the late
Yes.
Mrs. Petunia.
Yes.
How do you explain the fact that your mother is 10 years older than you, according to you?
When you say you were born with something else, she's my stepmother. She raised me since I was 8 years. No, so since I was 8 years or 7 years old. She's married to my father. I was staying with my father in Granny. When I was young, doing grade 1 or it's something like the grade 1 or grade 2, she became the wife of my father. Then she raised me up until her death.
So why did you suggest that, as you did last time, that she bore 7 children of whom you are one?
What did I say?
You said she had 7 children and you were one of those children.
And I'm still saying that I'm her second born.
On the basis that she's your stepmother?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's turn to item 4 of that same pack.
Item,
4 of the same pack. So this is a letter from the Department of Home Affairs. And I see that if you go to item 1 on that letter at page 4, it reads, according to the department's records, Mr. Mkwanazi is recorded as the son of Mr. William Mkwanazi and Miss Foleni Maria Mkwanazi. Do you confirm that?
those are my grannies.
Huh?
Those are my grannies. Grandmother and grandfather, they stayed in Katlong, yes.
You're saying these are your grandparents?
Grandparents, yes, from father's side.
Mr. William Mkwanazi and Miss Foleni Maria Mkwanazi are your grandparents?
Yes, 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 yes.
Then there.
Ms. Sildo, may we take a very short adjournment?
Yes, Chair.
We'll come back when we are ready.
Okay.
And please follow us.
I shall.
Thank you, thank you.
To resume, cell phones off, please.
Commissioner, we wanted to sort out a housekeeping matter.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mkwanazi, before we had that very short break, you had explained that I think Mr. William Mkwanazi and Miss Foleni Maria Mkwanazi are your grandparents.
I don't think they are my grandparents.
Oh.
When the stepmother came to my father's home, or my father's home, she found my granny there, my grandmother there. The grandfather had already passed when I was still 1 year maybe. but I don't think they are my grandparents. That grandmother raised me up until she came in.
If they are not your grandparents, what are they to
I'm
you?
saying they are. I don't think they are. I am saying they are.
Oh, they are your
Oh, you
grandparents.
said I think. I'm saying I don't think.
Oh,
they
okay,
are.
I know, okay. I misunderstood. So
In
you
fact-
are saying
in fact,
definitively?
in fact, here you have raised family politics that I didn't notice. You see,
Okay.
you have
So
raised
at least-
another thing in my. In fact, you have touched something in my heart. I'm so now.
Yes. I'm sorry about that. Unfortunately, it has to be done. Also, now I understand, you do confirm that Miss Miss Foleni Maria Mkwanazi and Mr. William Mkwanazi are your grandparents. You confirm that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we were at item 4, which is that letter from the Department of Home Affairs. If you go further to page 6 of that same document. That is a notice of birth. And it looks like your birth certificate, you confirm? It's got your birth date, your names. You see that?
I'm seeing it for the first time in my life. I didn't have a birth certificate.
Yeah. Home Affairs can do weird and wonderful things, huh?
Yes, yes.
So that's your birth certificate. And if we accept that birth certificate as given to us by Home Affairs, it would appear that William Mkwanazi is reflected as your father, and Foleni Maria Mkwanazi is reflected as your mother. So she is the mother of the child. The same person you suggest is your grandmother.
Yes, they are.
On your
My
birth certificate
grandfather.
is reflected as your mother.
I'm not sure that can I raise this politics, can I raise this thing public, but I had to. The unfortunate part is that the story that I got from my grandmother, my father confirmed that they want me in the court of law. There was a dispute between both sides. I think when they were divorced, that's why they took over. You see, that is why maybe it's reflected. But it's for the first time. When I grew up, I didn't have this up until I didn't have birth certificate up until I had an ID. And I was accompanied by my grandmother to get that ID because she raised me up until the stepmother came in.
Can you please repeat that? I don't follow. I don't quite understand.
Oh, I'm saying when I grew up, my granny told me that.
And please mention the name of the granny.
Maria.
Okay.
Yeah, at page 6, it reflects as Shawe, if I'm not mistaken. Foleni Maria Shawe. These are family politics.
Yes.
And that was shocking
so
me,
what you
but
are
it's
saying,
fine.
she brought you up. You're saying you grew up under her.
Yes, in fact she took over from my mother when they separated, when I was still born or I was still months or something like that. She told me that story. Yes. That is why maybe it's reflecting as if they are my mother, they are my grandparents. She's the one that took responsibility because it was me and my brother. Then there was my father. Then they took responsibility. But they went to court for us. I don't know the politics. I was still young. You said when we get the politics from one side.
Who went to court?
My grandmother.
Oh.
Yeah, by this time, my grandfather had already passed on. He passed on 1970. I'm told 1977.
She went to court against whom?
There was another lady who claimed that she's our mother, something like that. There were politics that I didn't want to dig in. But she gave us love up until my father got married.
Thank you, Chair. So we are still at page 6. Am I understanding you correctly then that...
Chair, I feel uncomfortable. I don't know why. Because some things I knew and it's it's opening a wound and politics of the family. And to discuss this public like this, I don't feel comfortable. May I, if you want something in writing, I will submit in writing. See, I don't want to find myself creating politics out of this. And now I've discovered something out of this again. You see, it has disturbed me. You see, but I feel uncomfortable. May I say this? I feel uncomfortable to discuss such matters in public. But if you want an affidavit confirming, relating the stories, and there are some documents you can still support this. The one that I'm talking about, the court and everything. My granny used to package these things and keep them safe somewhere. You see, but I feel uncomfortable to discuss such things.
Just a minute, Mr.
I shall.
Ms. Sillo, Commissioner Mkwanazi, I think, is in the dark as to why this is being done. Can you perhaps explain why this is being done? Also, we got these documents now.
Yes.
So I assume that he too got them now.
He gets them now.
So that adds to what I think is a surprise.
Okay, I'm happy to address that very briefly, Chair.
In his mind.
Yes.
And then I'll invite him to respond to your explanation.
Indeed, Chair. And before I get to the why, perhaps let me address the issue of why the documents are only available to him now. Items 1 and 2, being the death certificate of Mrs. Petunia Mkwanazi, are documents he provided to us. So the item, I think, 2 and 3, item 1 is the cover page of the email when he provided them to the Commission's attorneys. The only new item is item 4. That's what we provide. And if the Chair were to go to page 5 of that page, it is signed by the Director General and is dated 13th April 2026, and that is yesterday. So this document and its annexures only became available to us yesterday afternoon. So we're all like new to these documents. So that was just to place in perspective the status of the documents. Now, as to why I'm doing this, the Chair will recall that, if I may confer, Mr. Mkhwanazi was due to appear in January, and we appeared before the commissioners wherein he sought a postponement because of a medical procedure to be done to his eyes. We went past that point and he was granted his postponement to a specific date. I'm trying to recall now. Ms. Bower will assist me. On the eve of that date, which was a Monday, on Friday, when we had invited Mr. Mkhwanazi for a consultation in preparation for his appearance, he informed us that he was in this state, that he does not think he'll be able to appear on Monday because his mother had passed away. And engagements were had, and to that extent, he then provided the death certificate and the copy of the ID. And together with the funeral program, for a funeral that was scheduled for the following day. It is on that basis, at 2 o'clock immediately after lunch, I appeared before the commission to explain the situation because Mr. Mkhwanazi has lost a parent, and to therefore engage the commissioners about the feasibility of him appearing on Monday under the circumstances. Mr. Mkhwanazi, during consultation, was at pains to convince us the person who had passed away was his mother, his birth mother. It was not a cousin, it was not a relative, it was not a stepmother. When I made my application for a postponement, I indicated that it was a close member of the family, and therefore understand why he could potentially require this extension. His attorney seemingly was also of the opinion, of the view that this was his mother, because when he addressed the commissioners, he indicated this was his mother. After the postponement was granted, and a few days later, in the normal course of collation of documents, these documents were then prepared for filing, and that's when we realized that this person happens to be 10 years older than Mr. Mkhwanazi, and that raised the issue about whether or not Mr. Mkhwanazi lied to the commission, misled this commission in an attempt to avoid appearing before the commission. And we concluded that he potentially may have done so, but we needed to make our own investigations. If one has regard to the term mother, it could refer to almost anybody. It is upon receipt of the documents from the Home Affairs that we concluded that he knew that the lady who had passed away is not his mother. He misrepresented that fact to the commission, and he obtained his extension. It was compounded by the fact that then Home Affairs gives us his birth certificate, which actually shows who his parents are. And he continues in that vein, because today, sitting here, he says the very people identified in his birth certificate as his parents are actually his grandparents. So, mine is to put to Mr. Mkhwanazi that he lied to the commission to avoid appearing before the commission. And this is the basis on which I say I draw that conclusion. That is why we are having this exercise. So I hope that provides the appropriate context, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Lolo. Do you wish to respond to that, Commissioner Mkhwanazi?
Thank you, Chair. I'm still saying that she raised me, she's my mother. Yes, I was not born out of or from her, but she raised me since I was young. She took over from my grandmother who raised me. I see this birth certificate for the first time in my life. You see, that's why I had to have the grandmother to accompany me to get an ID, you see. And I'm requesting this commission to go to court with my ID and check how did my grandmother, who's the mother of my father, happen to raise us. Because the story that she told me when she was alive, I think it relates to, she was honest, it relates to this birth certificate, because she took over from that mother that I don't know, not my biological mother. There was another mother in between, that's why she went to court. It's the story that I don't know, but she related that story to us, you see. Then I'm appealing to this commission to go to, because you know these things, it's a court that granted her a parenting for us. You see, and you'll be able to get it. You see, and ngesintu, umama ungikhulisile umama kimi, I can't say because she has passed on. Now and start labeling her that she's not my mother, she's the mother of the other mother, you see. And as I've said, one of the reasons that I've said I feel uncomfortable, I saw something now at the back, where the letter from the
Director General?
Director, yes. No, not the letter. There's something that confirms the 4 kids as the leading. She's saying that it's now 4 or 5. Me and my brother were not mentioned anyway. That's why it's opening another wound now to a family and to us.
May I assure you I won't get there?
Sorry?
I would like to assure you I won't get to the issues that concern you.
We have already touched on them.
Let me just finish, if I may. I just have 2 points to make on these documents and we close the file.
But we have already touched it. That's why I've said it's shocking when I'm seeing documents for the first time. I'm seeing other documents for the first time. And I'm 50 years old now. It is an embarrassment for a man who is at this age to find out about some of the things that I didn't have.
And if I may, what I intend to touch upon with you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr.
Thank you, Chair. What I intend to touch upon with you, in part, arises from your response today, and just to look at the documents as provided by Home Affairs, and I'll invite you to comment, and I will not go any deeper into these issues to the extent that perhaps they may upset you emotionally. But this morning you indicated that Mrs. Petunia Mkwanazi was your stepmother because she was married to your father after your mother passed away.
In fact, she raised.
And then raised you consequently. And that's why she's always considered you one of her children.
Yes.
Correct. Let's go to page 4, and my confusion arises because at item 1, your father is listed as Mr. William Mkwanazi, who you now say is your grandfather. That is the same person that appears on your birth certificate. I accept that you have never seen your birth certificate, but this is the birth certificate as provided by Home Affairs. At paragraph 2 of that same letter, Mrs. Petunia Mkwanazi is said to have been married to Mr. Hoho Titus Mkwanazi. That is not your father, is it?
No, that's my father. That's my biological father.
Okay, Mr.
Babami, ongizalile. Ngesintu ngiyisa ngeke ngilibize igama liphelele lakhe.
So, Home Affairs has it wrong. The Commission must accept that Home Affairs has it wrong.
I've explained it that I'm kindly requesting you to go to the court and check for me, and I don't want to put my brother, and check how did my grandmother win it, but I know that it wasn't the court of law. Okay, no. It's within your space. You can get that within a day or 2.
I don't think I would be particularly interested to pursue that necessarily. My question really to you now is, these birth certificates and documents provided by Home Affairs are factually incorrect. And I can live with that if that is what you suggest. So these documents are wrong.
Factually, as I've said to you, that I'm requesting this commission through you, Chair, to verify. You're going to prove that I'm talking the truth. These are my grannies, they raised me, and they take responsibility of us. I'm one of them. You see, when I couldn't defend, when I couldn't do anything, as young as 1 year, 2 years maybe, you see, they took ownership of me. That's why I'm still alive today.
I take your point.
They are my grandparents, and I'm not ashamed to say so. Not to say I'm disowning them.
No,
and when they raised me and my brother, they raised me as their own kid. And I'm happy about that.
I hear you. comment to you is, I'm going to make a few, and I'm going to make a few statements to you, and I'm going to invite your comment. You know that the documents from Home Affairs are genuine and they are correct. What is your comment to that?
I've said to you, it's for the first time. That's why I've said to you, you are opening a can of worms. Page 4. You said you're not going to go, but you went in, you see.
No, it was just for the names.
But may I respond, yes?
Yes, sir.
Page 4, paragraph 2. According to the departmental records, the birth surname, Ndlovu, you see, when you continue from that side, you see, it says she's not our parent. There's another page again that goes through deep. That mention is from Home Affairs too. You see, I don't know how to put it. It's the last page, commissioners. I saw it now. Page 11. When you were outside, I happened to peruse very fast all these pages to check and wanted to confirm what you are saying. And it's true. All those documents that are coming from Home Affairs, they don't put me and my brother anywhere from my father, or when my father passed on, from what my mother or my stepmother registered at Springs, I think it's Springs, Magistrate. That's why I've said it makes me to feel uncomfortable now because it raises some politics now, some challenges. But it's so unfortunate that both parents are no longer there. You can't question the siblings.
I don't know.
Can I just
Yes, please.
check something, sorry? Commissioner, I think what we are, the significance, as Ms. Silo has explained, is of this uncomfortable discussion to you is to establish whether you've been truthful with the commission. So see it in that way. And the truthfulness is important because if it is established that you were not truthful the last time when you gave a reason for not appearing, then you would be in contempt of the commission, which has consequences, criminal consequences. So understand that, uncomfortable as it may be, it's a necessary discussion. It's not meant to embarrass you or in any way to cause you any discomfort, but it is a matter that is very important to the commission, that witnesses that appear before the commission are truthful and honest, because there are legal implications for it. So understand even my question in that context. You've referred, can I just understand what you're saying? There are two names at page 4. In paragraph 1, there's a Mr. Williams, page 4. It's that letter from Home Affairs. In paragraph 1, there's a reference to Mr. William Mkwanazi. You see that? And then in paragraph 2, there's a reference to Titus Mkwanazi. What do you say is the relationship between William Mkwanazi and Titus Mkwanazi?
Oh, William is my grandfather.
William is your grandfather?
He's the father of my father.
Okay, so
Yes.
so Titus is the son of
Yes,
William.
he's the second born child of William Mkwanazi.
Okay, now that same paragraph 2, and I'll go back to your page 11. The same paragraph 2 tells us about a son born to Titus and Petunia. You see where it is? It has a name there, Siabonga. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you go to page 11 that you were referring to, this is a hospital record, it looks like.
Page 11.
Yeah, the one that you were referring to.
I thought it's Home Affairs. I can't see at the top.
You may be right. The reason I thought it's a hospital record is because it has a name of a hospital there. It says St. Mary's.
Oh yes, Hospital St. Mary's. You're correct, I see it.
Yeah, but I can't quite tell from the dates which year it was. But I was just going to point out that you say there were 7 children
Yes, we are 7.
raised by Petunia,
Rufina and Petunia, yes. Rufina and Titus, yes.
the 7 children.
Yes.
That includes you and your brother.
Yes, my brother is the firstborn, secondborn. There's another sister. Yeah, I'm discussing family issues now. Who came with my marriage, but she's my sister.
Okay.
Who came with Mom Petunia. Then,
And how many children did Petunia have, Mom Petunia have?
including my
No,
brothers and
forget,
sisters.
there's you, your brother, and your sister?
Yes.
From your mother?
Yes.
Okay.
And another 4. It's 3 sisters and 1
And the
son.
the 4 that you're referring to,
Yes.
the 3 sisters and another brother, those are Petunia's, Mom Petunia's birth children, biological children.
Mom Petunia and Babu Mkwanazi.
And Babu
both of them.
Mkwanazi,
Yes,
I understand
you're
that.
correct, you're correct.
You see, the confusion then for me is the page 11 that you refer to also refers to only 1 child. At page 11, it doesn't, even if we say, we accept what you're saying, that there were 7 children and somehow only 1 is mentioned. I accept that. But page 11 refers only to 1 child who is the very same child referred to in the Home Affairs letter of yesterday. So it seems Home Affairs does not seem, it looks like, and I may be wrong in how I'm reading the letter from Home Affairs, it records only 1 child born to Petunia Mkwanazi and Titus Mkwanazi. That's at page 4, Home Affairs, asset yesterday. I think the letter is yesterday. And then page 11 also refers to only 1 child. So the other 4 biological children, or the other 3 biological children, don't seem to be accounted for.
You are correct, Commissioner. Even if when you look page 9, there's only 1 birth certificate
Yes.
for Siabonga,
Yes.
not for my other sisters.
Yes.
Yes, you are correct, Commissioner. I agree with you.
Commissioner, if I may, perhaps, and we only got this yesterday, so I think we are all trying to digest it. Perhaps if we have regard to page 4, item 2 of that is the Home Affairs letter. The last sentence of paragraph 2 reads, having indicated that Miss Petunia Mkwanazi was married to Mr. Hoho Titus Mkwanazi. That paragraph says this was established through the birth record of 1 of their children and gives the name with the identity number, then gives as the marriage records could not be located. So the document that is attached at page 11 by Home Affairs is in respect of this specific child. It doesn't suggest that it's firstly the only child or that it was intended to also cover the other children. That is the first point. And the second is when one looks at page 11, as I said, it's in respect of that named child, born in 1994, and it's the immunization health issues concerning a newborn. In the middle column, you will see there are details there regarding immunizations. And then extreme right column, it's different dates that I guess would reflect the visits the mother and child paid to the clinic. So page 11 strictly relates to 1 person, which is the child. And then it's the point I wanted to make to Mr. Mkwanazi earlier, that it cannot speak to Mr. Mkwanazi himself or any of his siblings, because these are medical records of a newborn who was identified and a name given.
You understand, Commissioner Mkwanazi, what Mr. Law is correctly pointing out is that the letter from Home Affairs and page 11 are not in themselves evidence that there are no other children, that there was only one child. It just speaks, it's documents that just speak to one child.
Yes, but
and nothing more.
yes, Commissioner, but I'm disturbed when Home Affairs is the one that said they can't locate the marriage certificate. Because even if we can lose marriage certificates and whatever, our hope is at Home Affairs. That's why I'm saying in terms of hours, anything that has to do with courts, it's at Justice Department or at the courts. You'll find anything, you see, every document. If they say they can't locate, or maybe it's because of time that they were given, you see.
Yeah.
But I still confirm that. And again, I felt that by not attaching the program, you see, because we submitted this document with the program, you see, the program talks to all of us there. You can even track through all of us, our names and everything, so that it becomes easier for you when you want to check in the courts. Are these ones that I mentioned there, part of this family? It's going to simplify for you. I thought I'm going to see the program too, but I see it's not attached.
And that's because the one program copy you gave us was returned to you, Mr. Mkonas. It was returned, the program.
No, it was not.
Then you must perhaps check with your attorney. We didn't retain it.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So
Because the program was going to simplify all of us so that when you go to Home Affairs, we'll see all of us and our history and everything.
do you still have a copy of the program?
Yes.
Will you kindly bring it along tomorrow?
I must go to Tsaka, but I'll see how to get it.
Please.
Yes.
And if you have it electronically.
Oh, yes, I think I may get it electronically.
Okay. You should ask your attorney, because I think when we appeared, we had it in hand, so it might be with your attorney and his files.
No, you'll get it electronically.
Okay.
Yes, you'll get it.
So if you could bring that. My second then statement to you, as you know that the records as provided for Home Affairs are indeed correct, and that you lied to the commissioners when you sought an extension for your appearance. What's your comment?
I didn't lie. I still maintain I didn't lie. And I still maintain that some of these documents that are here, I'm seeing them for the first time. As I've said, it's an embarrassment. I'm still saying the mother that we were buried, or we were burying on that date, I forgot the date. I think it's the 22nd, if I'm not mistaken. She's my mother. She raised me as a parent, you see, and she's the wife of my father, the father that gave birth to me. And I still say, Uba Umkulu, William Mkwanazi, and grandmother Ufoleni, Maria Mkwanazi. They are my grandparent, you see. And as I've said that, I think I'm repeating it for the 7th time now. You can go and verify.
And
I didn't lie. Maybe the challenge I may take, or I may admit to the commission that I was supposed to say stepmother, you see, but it doesn't sit well, you see. This English word with us doesn't suit. The mother is a mother. She raised me, you see, and I'm not apologetic about that, and I can't be apologetic about that. And there's no reason for me to lie. And there's no reason for me to say I will run away from
To be fair to you, because I see you are becoming emotional. I know some of us in our cultures, your father's wife is your mother. There's no such thing as stepmother, step this. Those are English terms. Those are Western terms.
Yes.
Some of us, where we come from, the person that raises you is your mother, full stop.
Yes.
Whether you said biological or step this or step that, you identify them as you know them,
Yes,
not
Commissioner.
as the law knows them.
Yes,
And I
Commissioner.
think that's your explanation.
Yes, Commissioner.
thank you, Commissioner Khumalo, and I do agree with Commissioner Khumalo. That is not, I do agree with Commissioner Khumalo. That's how we have it in African tradition. But that is not the point I seek to make. The point I seek to make is you know the correct, truthful position, and that position is as reflected in the documents, and that therefore you lied to the commission. That is The only point I sought to make, you deny you lied. You say you are learning these facts for the first time. So then I move on. Secondly, my submissions to the commission is that you must be held in contempt for lying, deliberately lying to the commission when you knew that the facts you were relying upon to obtain your postponement were false. That is my submission to the commission, and this is your opportunity to address the commissioners as to why you should not be held in contempt. Yes, you may, Mr. Mkonazi.
I still maintain that I didn't lie, you see. And the program says so, and I've explained it, and I'm still going to explain it. And the Commissioner Kumalo have just summarized it for me. I didn't lie to the Commissioner. Even the day of engagement, remember when it was a consultation, I didn't raise it when we discussed, but towards the end I raised it that whilst we were discussing, I'm having this challenge of a funeral tomorrow, you see. If I wanted to hide, I was not even going to come to for consultation. Remember, the consultation was on Friday. The next day, it was a funeral. But I decided to respect the commission and come up until you and my attorney agreed that we are releasing you. You may go, then you'll go and address the commission. Up until that one called me and said, no, you are granted that. And I was here, honestly being here, we sat, we discussed, we consulted with you. There was no reason for me to lie or to run away. You can't run away. I'm a South African. I don't have any ID or other citizenship. Even if I delayed, the commission, when it wanted, they were going to send summons to me. Commissioner said I didn't lie. I still maintain that. She raised me, she's my mother. You see.
Well, it's interesting.
If we didn't take it the way on that day, you were supposed to raise it on that day, that no. Because remember, you even asked, you checked the ID numbers. I saw you were having a program. I said,
no, that's not true. Tell the truth. I never saw the ID number.
Allow me to talk, Commissioner.
No, do not mislead.
But I still maintain that even on that day, you had a program with you. That's why I've said to you, you took the program, you asked me, I said yes. You see, say, when is the funeral? I mentioned the funeral.
Can I?
Thank you, commissioners.
Yeah. Can I just say, Commissioner, perhaps in fairness to you, and just for proper recording, that the document at page 6, which comes from the Department of Home Affairs, is not itself a birth certificate. It's a notice of birth. And according to the dates on this document, the notice of birth was recorded on the 23rd of April, 1994. So someone went to Home Affairs, and it would seem it's Foleni Maria who would have gone to Home Affairs, described here as mother in relationship to child, but importantly, it is in 1994, April 2023, when this notice of birth was registered. So it's not the birth certificate itself.
You are correct, Commissioner. I remember it was before the elections. I was putting pressure on her that I want to go and vote. I don't have an ID. I think she went and collected that certificate so that we can go and get, as I've said, that she's the one who took my ID, who assisted me to get my ID. I remember it was before elections. On that year, you see, the elections were there. I wanted to go and vote.
You wanted to vote?
Yes, I wanted to vote. I'm being honest, you see. I think she was under that pressure, you see.
Thank you.
Everything here, I don't deny it, commissioners. I don't deny it.
All right.
You see, and she assisted. This ID that I'm having is because of her. As I've said that, whilst I was having a stepmother, she made sure that some necessary documents in my life are there. While she was still old, but she went and collected. And we went with, and I know that when we were getting that ID, there were many questions that were asked to her. It was a period of hour or hour and a half, You see, up and she produced many documents. She had many documents with her wrapped with the plastic. So she couldn't explain because of, but she submitted all those documents up until I was able to get the green ID document.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And you got it before the elections?
Before the elections, and I woke up early and voted.
You were lucky.
Thank you.
23rd April and
Yes, yes,
yeah,
Commissioner.
few days.
Yes,
All right.
Commissioner.
No, thank you.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Mr. Mkonazi, my closing remark was that the Commissioners should hold you in contempt for having misled, and I invited you to give your comment to that, and you indicate that your response was you stand by your explanation and you should not be held in contempt, correct?
Yes.
And I'm happy to leave the matter at this point, unless there is anything further you would like us to deal with in this regard.
No, it's just that to hope to all the families, my families that are listening, that it doesn't open any can of worms. That's the procedure of the commission. You see, I know that I'm touched. Now I'm thinking about other things, but I hope all of them. Thank you, Commissioner Baloy, for explaining it again. It's not to say it's only Siabo. You see, someone said that means we're not counted too, but she has already explained it's because they wanted to get information in the details. You see.
That would be the first. And the second is, I can assure you, this file is not for public consumption. It was for purposes of this engagement only.
Are you saying the second document?
Yes.
There's another one.
No, I say that bundle of documents is not for public consumption because it's got all your personal details and so it was for purposes of this engagement only.
Hey, but we've already touched everything. Thank you. Hey,
Well,
but I'm hurt. I don't want to lie. But thank you, commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mkwanazi, yes, you did respond to the questions there, but that may not have been structured in a manner in which it would have been. I'm saying you have responded to the questions, but your responses may not have been as structured as you would have liked them to be had you gotten advance notice that issues like these would be raised with you. In fairness to you, I'm offering you the opportunity to put together everything you want to say with regard to the issues that were raised. Put it together in an affidavit. But that is if you wish to do that. So it's up to you whether you take me up on that offer or you don't.
It is important to do that, Commissioner, you see, so that other family members, I will be open to them about that affidavit. Because I know that, we've got our own small Anyana politics, you see.
Yes,
as I've said, this is going to open and, you see, but I'm going to do that,
You'll
to
do
respond
that,
to the
yes.
Commission and touch on everything that I feel.
Are you in a position to indicate by when you will lodge that affidavit?
I will appeal to the Commission after the testimonies of this week, then I will try. by
Maybe
Wednesday.
2 days after your testimony has been concluded.
Please, Commissioner.
All right.
Because I must still get those documents that my granny's bundle. You see, go to granny's house, but may I get these documents?
Yes.
Because
yes,
it's going to assist the Commissioner.
yes.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I must apologize, and I hope this is on my behalf and on behalf of my colleagues that you were taken by surprise on this. Of course, Advocate Sililo has explained that they too only got the document or the documents from Home Affairs only yesterday. But still, you were taken by surprise and on something quite sensitive to you, relating to intimate issues about your family. I must apologize on behalf of the Commission.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Then if we could just close that little file, we are done with it, and get back to the issues of the day, which basically involve your testimony to the commission, Commissioner Mkhwanazi.
Which files must we have close by, Ms. Silulu?
I'm going to call
Oh,
them, but
yeah.
I see
All right, all
Commissioner Mkhwanazi is still making a note. I think it's a note of what the chair advised him on, so perhaps let me wait for him to finish. Yeah, it's noted, okay. So, Chair, for the moment, I think it's enough to have one file, but I must introduce it into record before we can turn to it. Now, turning to you, Commissioner Mkhwanazi, to confirm that since your last appearance, you have prepared and submitted a supplementary statement to your original statement, is that correct?
Okay. Can I check first?
Yes, absolutely.
May I?
Now, can you at least establish the fact that you did so? You submitted a statement, a supplementary statement, is that correct? Then we will try and identify which one.
I'm not ignoring you. Last time I was given a short notice to confirm. I couldn't even read the statement.
No. Right now, I'm just
want to
confirming.
confirm each and every paragraph that you.
No, I just want to confirm a simple fact. Did you submit a supplementary statement?
Oh, yes.
That's for the moment, okay. Then I was going to draw your attention to the file that has now been handed to you. Chair and Commissioners, it should be marked Julius Mkhwanazi Supplementary Bundle. That is the document that has been put before you, correct? Now, let's then turn to this document. It's a 6-page document for the moment, and attached to that document are 5 annexures. Is that what you have in your file?
Are you saying the whole document is 5 annexures?
No, the actual statement is a 6-page document,
Yes.
and attached to that supplementary statement are 5 annexures. I just want to confirm that that is correct.
Yes, that is correct.
That's correct. Now, let's go to the statement then. It is undated. Would you like us to attach a date to it? Or let me just say, is this the statement, that supplementary statement that you filed, first things first? And now you can satisfy yourself that that is the statement you filed. You are welcome to page through it.
You won't include the attachment on the attachment will be separate.
No, it's a statement read with the attachments, because as I read the statement, it references the 5 annexures. So I just want you to confirm that, look at the statement and confirm whether this is the supplementary statement you say you filed.
It ends at paragraph 12, Commissioner, page 6.
Yes, it's correct.
I do not have.
Okay, yes. No, thank you, Commissioner. That's right.
So you confirm that is the statement?
Yes.
I see at page 6, in fact, at page 1, it just says supplementary statement to Madlanga Commission. The last page, page 6, is undated and it's unsigned. Is that correct?
Are you saying the page 1?
Page
or
1
or the whole statement?
of the whole statement just has a heading supplementary statement to the Madlanga Commission.
Yes, it's unsigned.
And the last page is unsigned and is undated, doesn't have a name. Page 6.
You are correct.
So on its face, it doesn't tell us that this is your supplementary statement. Am I correct?
Yes, but I place it on record that it is my statement.
And that is the part that I want us to turn to, right? So for the record, we confirm this is your supplementary statement. Secondly, are you happy to sign this statement as yours? We can attend to that during the tea break.
Please, I wanted to say that.
Yes.
Because last time I signed it here, not on a tea break, you see. And I've identified some things, yes,
for the
please.
record. And what date would you, do we attach today's date? What date would you prefer be attached to the statement?
Because you'll be signing today, I
It will
think
be
we
happening
should
today.
use
Then we
today's
will
date.
date it the, 14th of April.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
So now that
And besides just the signature, please write your name in full and then sign above the full name.
On the last page.
Yes.
thank you, Chair.
You want, oh, no, it's fine, Commissioner. If you say I'm not initially, but it's the last page. Thank you,
You
Commissioner.
may actually do that, initial each page. At least it's 6 pages only, so, yeah.
We'll attend to that during the tea break, Mr. Mkonas.
You may do that on only one document, not on all copies.
Absolutely,
And then
absolutely,
you
the
just-
official one, and rerun copies of the
Yes,
sign.
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
we shall do so. So, Mr. Mkonas, and then you did cast your eye on the annexures. You confirmed these are the annexures you intend to introduce to your testimony, correct?
May I ask something?
Yes.
Yes, on this one is correct. As I've said before that, last time I signed, and I feel that justice was not done on me, commissioners, will correct me if I'm wrong. You see, I submitted, then in terms of looking, in terms of the wording, each and every, I didn't have that opportunity. You see, at least now we are giving an opportunity to sit on a tea break. It was presented, I had to say yes, confirm, it is. Then we made an amended, before supplementary. Me and the attorney made an amended statement, is it? Because I wanted to raise that with the commission. If the commissioner say no, it's out, it's out. But we have also submitted it too.
May I just raise this? I'm looking at page 6, and there's a different color font. I don't know whether that's deliberately a different color font or whether it's tracked changes. I can't tell. Maybe it's a different color font, because if it was tracked changes, there would be those vertical lines on the left margin. So why a different color font?
Commissioner, I'm not.
Some words, of course, not the entire page.
Yes.
Some words, phrases, etc.
Yes, I'm not the computer fund. I tapped it by myself.
Yes.
You see. Then I will have to check when I'm reading it. before I
Is
sign.
your version also like mine? For example, right at the top with alleged registration and make, that's an orangish color font, and then open brackets, sexual harassment, annexure, also same color font, and a few other examples. So here, there, and there.
You are correct.
Yeah.
You
If
are
you say you
correct,
typed it yourself, are you able to explain why you would have moved to orange?
I think when I was correcting some, that's why I'm saying during the tea break I will check that.
Okay.
Yes,
All right.
because I had to type and recheck, and because I had to make sure that I meet the due date.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if I understood you correctly. When we finalized the issue of signing this statement, which we said we shall do during the tea break, you sounded like you're raising a complaint, and then you reference yet another statement. Would you like to clarify what? Because we want to make sure what it is we have on record and what is not on record. I will not try and summarize what you said, lest I misunderstood you. So I'm giving you an opportunity to please.
I couldn't hear that.
I say I want to give you an opportunity to cover the issues you raised after we agreed that we shall be signing this statement during the tea break, and then you made statements that to me sounded like a complaint, and you referenced yet a third statement. So for purposes of clarity, I would like you to go over that again.
Before you explain, Commissioner, throughout the morning, I've been noticing that you are straining your ears, leaning forward, as if you have difficulty hearing what's being said. And I did not notice that when you were here previously. I don't know, are there problems with the sound? Or is there something with you today, Commissioner?
I think I'm aging, Commissioner. I'm losing everything. Even the sight, I can't, but at least when I'm wearing, I can read. Because the most important thing is to read.
I'll ask our technical people to just check the sound and try to establish what the issue is over the tea break, of course.
Thank you.
And
Thank
so
you,
that you don't have to strain yourself. I would like for you to hear us properly.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Now, can you give the explanation that Ms. Sillo asked for? I hope you still remember what...
Thank you, Chair.
The matter raised before the statement.
No.
No.
I just didn't want any concerns you may have to go unaddressed. So you had said something and placed them on record, but I wasn't sure exactly what your complaint is, and I didn't want to summarize lest I got it wrong. So I'm giving you an opportunity to please state succinctly what your issue is with statement previously provided. And as I said, you reference yet a third statement, and if you could just explain what that is.
No, we submitted, remember during the time of consultation, my attorney submitted, my then attorney submitted and amended, you see, because I felt that some of the words that were used, they were not representing me correctly. And I didn't have enough time, that time, to read each and every sentence, each and every thing. You see, I wanted to know, do we receive it and are we accepting it, or we are saying we took an oath on the first one, we stick to the first one. It's not a complaint per se, but it's a content that I'm raising. And again, I was sticking to this one and the first one, that one you must forget. If the commission says so, it's fine with me, but I wanted to raise that. It is not a complaint, but I was raising that. So I'm not a legal fundi. I'm representing myself today. I must be clear so that I don't say the commission is unfair to me.
No, fair enough. Perhaps if I can address that. You would have next to you what we call the witness statement and annexure bundles that you submitted during your first appearance. Yes. If we could just assist Mr. Mkwanazi to find those. And that is the statement and annexures we worked off where, during your first appearance, first and last appearance.
Ms. Sillo, maybe while they are still assisting.
Yes, yes, Commissioner.
I think what Commissioner Mkwanazi is referring to is a corrected version of his original statement. We have a file here with a statement that is 39 pages long. And because this statement is clean, I know that it's not the one we worked off previously, because that one would have had my handwritten notes. So what he wants to know is whether the commission accepts this statement.
I aim to get specifically to that. And in order to do so, I must take it a step at a time. Otherwise, we are all going to lose track as to what we mean when we reference Commissioner Mkwanazi's statement. So I have to take it from the beginning, which is on his first appearance. So those are the files that we had and were submitted into record, being your statement and your annexures. And they would go to, I think, annexure JD 15. Do you confirm that, Mr. Mkwanazi?
Sorry. I was noting what you're saying.
I'm back to your first appearance. You had a statement with annexures. That is your statement that you is now on record, correct? Together with its 15 annexures.
Are you saying this is one of the bundles?
I'm saying when you first appeared, you had a statement and 2 files of annexures.
Yes.
Yes. Now, that statement has got 15 annexures marked JD1 to JD15. Is that correct?
You are correct.
Okay. So when you last appeared in December of 2025, that is the document and its annexures that we were working from. Correct?
Yes.
There was a discussion during the course of your testimony about the possibility of you supplementing your statement, and after your appearance, you were reminded of a right to supplement, and we said whether on invitation by the commission or not, if you want to supplement, you're at liberty to. You recall that conversation with you?
Yes.
Okay. And you then sought to supplement, and you filed with the commission's attorneys a statement you called an amended statement, which you said was a supplementary, with 61 annexures. Do you remember that?
No, I didn't say it's a supplementary.
You say it's an amended?
Yes.
Yes. So you sought to amend the statement that we had worked off in December already. Correct? It has to be correct.
Are you saying
You wanted to change the statement that we had worked off in December, the one with 15 annexures.
I amended it, yes.
You amended it.
Yes.
And now in that amended, you actually, the amended Julius Mkwanazi's statement now had 61 annexures. The file is being handed over to you. That's what
Yes. Yes. I remember it because out of the engagement that we had on the days of
Yes.
consultation. That's what we had, yes.
And in our engagements with you and your attorney and during the consultation, we realized that you numbered the annexures JD1 to JD61, but effectively the bulk of them were a rearrangement and renumbering of annexures that are already on record as JD1 to JD15. And we said, you can't do that, it's going to cause confusion. Okay? Because there is a risk that one document may end up with 2 annexure numbers, either JD3 from the December 25 session, and by April 2026, JD3 now is also JD59. And we can't have that situation because it makes it impossible to read the material. Do you remember that conversation?
Yes.
And we suggested that to the extent that there are new annexures that you want to add, please prepare a supplementary statement, a separate supplementary statement, raising the issues you want to raise and attaching the new annexures.
Yes, but my concern is not about only the attachment or annexures. Or let me say I use annexures, use attachment. It's about the wording too. You see, may I raise it, Commissioner?
Yeah.
I felt that when the other witnesses were raising issues, you see, it was not in their statement, I read their statements. It was not alleged, it was said, he has done that, but on mine, when it came from you, as the commission, or when the person was typing or correcting it, it's now everything that I'm saying, it's allegedly, even though we've got case numbers, even though in some of the things we've got evidence, but it is twisted as alleged. That's my real concern. That's why I've said the wording. I didn't talk about the attachment, you see. That I felt that the wording doesn't represent me, it represents the commission, not me. That means I'm saying, yes, I was given a few seconds or few minutes, commissioners, I was not even, this time you referred to me, say, on a break time, it's 6 pages, you see. But that time it was a thick document.
The allege that you seem to be complaining about, was it in your original statement? Or?
Yes, Commissioners. Yes, it's not a complaint per se, Commissioners. I'm saying, can you look at that, you see, so that I'll be happy.
It's either a complaint or a concern. I'm not even sure myself what the difference is.
Yes.
But surely it must be somewhere there.
Okay. Commissioner.
Yes, Mr. Lo. I know, I just wanted to get an
I
idea of
understand that.
where the allege that the commissioner is referred to is said to have been. Where exactly was it?
Yes, and I think I was grappling with the actual concern. That's what I'm trying to wrap my mind around, but that's a mental exercise I'll undertake on my own. At some point I'll understand. But thank you for that. Commissioner Kumala.
Silo, can I ask a question? Is there any difference in substance between what Commissioner Mkhwanazi wants us to accept as the amended/revised statement and the original statement? In substance, so the words he says, yes, that's what I wanted to say, but I prefer to use a different word and not that one. But the substance of what we are dealing with, is it different? Is he saying something different to what was in the original statement? Because my view is if he doesn't, then we should consider this as part of his evidence, unless you say he's changing his evidence, therefore we should not accept it.
No, Chair, sorry, Commissioner Kumalo. The issue we took with Mr. Mkhwanazi is the duplication of annexures.
Let's ignore the annexures for now.
Right.
Just the
Now,
39-page statement. Ignore the annex. In other words, what I propose to do is to read the original statement together with this one, so that where I refer to annexures, I will have the original statement in front of me so that I know which annexure applies to which paragraph.
I think if memory serves me well, the only issue of substance was an introduction of about a 4-page issue. I'm trying to identify here, which I take it is now addressed in the latest supplementary. Otherwise, there is not much difference in substance.
So if we were in court, I would ask you if you are prejudiced, if we accept this as part of his evidence. So we read both the original and the revised together. To the extent that we need to look at an annexure, we'll obviously look at the original, because the original is what tells us where each annexure is. We don't want to look at the supplementary for that purpose, because it will cause the very confusion that you say will be caused.
The difficulty, Commissioner, is that you won't know which annexure. When Mr. Mkhwanazi prepared the annexures, a single annexure could potentially run into about 20 pages, and it's a multiplicity of documents. And now he wants to split up the documents and give them a different annexure number.
That's what I say we don't want to do. So
yes.
for the purposes of looking at the annexures, I would look at, say, paragraph 29 of the revised statement, and I would try to locate that paragraph in the original statement. And when I find it, I will read it with the annexure that was originally part of the original statement. That way, I'm not looking at the same annexure twice, and it avoids the very difficulty that you say will arise if I were to look at annexures as if I'm reading them together with the revised statement for the first time.
I perhaps understand, except that it will only make sense for ourselves here as we work through the documents and the reader of the transcript in due course, if you take that statement as a narrative. So to follow the narrative that he wants, and you ignore every reference to an annexure, because the moment you go into the annexure, then you are going to run into difficulties, because what is now annexure JD 13, in that amended statement, you have a JD 13 already that in the original, that doesn't speak to the point being made. So we had suggested that you can do the same. Take out references to annexure numbers and put page numbers of the annexure the annexure file itself. So if it is part of JD 13 and it is from particular document you want is 600 to 620, just say pages 600 to 620, then we can locate. That was the discussion, the basis on which we parted. Now, before I fully respond to your question and your suggestion, Commissioner Kumalo, he then filed, and that is the basis on which we parted last time. Then he files this document that is before us that we now call a supplementary statement, the one that we say he's going to sign during the tea break. So now we have three. We have the original December statement. We have this one that I would
amended,
say, the amended statement as he has termed it, and then we have this supplementary today. I'm in your hands how we navigate them, but our previous attempt to incorporate that amended statement into what is quote unquote his testimony with the annexures as he referenced them, it gave us a headache, but perhaps we are slow thinking. So if the commissioners want to accept that statement, we can accept it as an amended statement, but I would urge you not to follow the annexures, because this supplementary statement that we are signing now at T has reverted to the numbering of the first. That is why he starts with JD 16, Roman 1. The last one was JD 15. So where all that lends us, I don't know, but I'm in your hands.
I think you and I are on the same page,
okay.
Because my proposal is that we don't discard the original statement, because to locate the annexures, we need the original statement, because our transcript will reflect annexure pages and the evidence relating to those annexures based on the original. Now, there would be no transcript that deals with annexures as they appear in the amended or revised, and there would be no evidence on the revised annexures. All he's asking for, as I understand, is that this 39-page statement, because it corrects the wording, and that's all it does. That's why my first question was, in substance, does it change anything? So if we look at paragraph 28, for example, 29, which says the email trail attached is JD so-and-so, I would look for that paragraph in the original statement, and I would read it together. And for the purposes of locating the annexure, I would look at the original statement, because otherwise my transcript won't make sense. And that's the only way really around it. We take the statement as is without the annexures. And then for the purposes of locating annexures, we still use the original statement.
And that is part of the challenge, Commissioner Kumalo, because now this phrase you just read, the emails is JD whatever. If you go to the original statement, you won't find that statement. So you will not be able to locate that annexure. That is part of the challenge. Perhaps
Commissioners,
via media might
just a minute, you'll get an opportunity.
We accept the amended statement. As I say, substantively, it's not much different from the original. It does have addition on a specific topic, which I said he is quite entitled to either file a separate statement on or testify to in oral testimony, but whichever. But then the annexures to that amended statement don't make it into the record, because that's where the problem arises. The annexure file and annexure references are for reference purposes only. But when we talk of Mr. Mkwanazi's annexures, we are talking about 18 annexures, not 61 as the amended statement intends to. He will indicate whether, if we approach it that way, he then loses or the opportunity to place before the commission some or other annexures. That's the best I can come up with, commissioners, and as a solution.
Yes, you wanted, thank you, Ms. Silva.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Mkwanazi, you wanted to say something.
Commissioners, I don't want to feel discriminated or prejudiced. You see, why I'm saying this, on the last testimonies, on the second day, the commissioner, the chair, made the comments, and I said, but chair, there's a document talk to that. And the chair asked in this commission, which document is that? You see, that's when the leading, or the evidence leader came in and said, Commissioners Mkwanazi's documents are still being sorted. It was the second day, ne? And I felt that I'm being prejudiced because I've attached, I may not articulate in terms of your legal language and everything, but I feel that I've got a defense because I've got documents that talks to that. And I feel that all those documents must be. Because to be honest, I agree with...
Before you go on, just a quick question. The documents that you say you have, and which I understand are documents attached to the amended statement, do those documents differ from the documents that we already have and the additional ones that you have, or rather that you've attached to the 6-page statement? Are there any additional documents? Because my understanding of what Ms. Sillo is saying is that the documents are not different, but that you've split up some. The result or the upshot of which is that you have more attachments than we have in the original documents and the additional documents to your 6-page statement. But otherwise, additional numbering rather, but the documents are the same, as I understand, Ms. Sillo. So that resulting, as I say, from you having split up some of the annexures. Do you accept that that is so?
I accept, but if the chair may recall that when you are already here, you can't confirm documents. You see, you must answer, and it will take the whole day to sit in. But we submitted all our documents. If I'm assured that all the documents are there, and as Commissioner Kumalo have said that, if sometimes you feel that you need to review and check that is talking to what I'm saying, I'll be here.
I just wanted to be sure of the factual issue. Are the documents the same? But what explains your 60 or 61?
61, Chair.
What explains your 61 is the fact that you've split up some of the attachments or annexures.
No, I take that.
I understood you to be saying that is indeed the position.
Oh, yes, I take that, Commissioner.
All right, thank you. I came in, you were still explaining. I just wanted to understand the attachments. Please continue if you've not...
No, you have just summarized it.
You
have just summarized it.
All right.
I don't want to delay the commission.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Sillo, can I?
Yes, Commissioner.
I'm looking at the two statements, and the 39-page and the original statement. So it's the revised amended statement and the original statement.
Yes.
And looking randomly at a paragraph, and in this case, I'm looking at paragraphs 29 of the original statement and of the amended statement. They're not a copy of each other. So there's additional information in the 39-page,
yes,
which wasn't there in the original statement. It seems to me, and subject to what you think and the chair's direction, that you may have to navigate the amendments that have been made so that they go on record. To the extent that an amendment is not reflected in the original statement. So if you look at that 29, the original one didn't have names. It had Medicare 24, CAT VIP Security Company.
Yes.
Those are no longer appearing in the new 29, but there are actually names of people in that 29. It's just a random example.
Indeed.
And it may be that in presenting the evidence, you then need to touch on these new changes or new information that is now being placed before us by way of a revised statement.
Thank you, Commissioner. I agree with you, to Commissioner Kumalo's question, I said substantively there is not significant change, except for a particular topic that I think he introduced in the amended statement, which we don't have a difficulty with its introduction. So, as I said, we can use the amended statement as a narrative, but when we speak of his formal statement, it has to be the first statement, but we will touch on the aspects that he raises in the second. Our second alternative would be, for record purposes, to take the amended statement but delete references to annexures. Then we read both, together. In fact, 3 now.
Can you, instead of deleting, because it's his statement, can you not cross-refer back to, so for example, where he says JD4, if JD4 in the amended statement or in the revised statement, if JD4 is a different document or annexure or the number in the original statement, you then just give it a page number in the original. It's a lot of work that will require
not only is it a lot of work and painful work, it is that then would require the evidence leaders to determine what constitutes the annexure, and I have a difficulty with that. The annexures are attended by the witness, and if he wants to put a particular document or certain parts of a document, it's up to the witness to do so. So if we sit as evidence leaders and try and determine what from annexure JD4 is what he wants to attach at this juncture, then I think we'd be skating on very thin ice. But before we definitively answer this, if I may ask Commissioner to turn to what we call the supplementary statement, the one we're dealing with before we, and I want to refer to an example of how we had suggested the problem be resolved. And in that statement, he starts off so, Mr. Mkwanazi, that is. So if you look at paragraph 1, paragraph 1 speaks to EMPD promotions. He wants to specifically address that issue. And part of the documentation he requires in support of submissions he makes are to be found in JD12. But JD12 is a bundle of documents. So the specificity he provides at the last sentence of that paragraph, JD12 pages, you see he lists the numbers. That is how we had suggested. He can use the amended statement, but rather do this. Then we retain the annexure numbering. So he seems to have done this once in this statement, and then he abandoned it. So personally, I would prefer that he makes his own election as to which documents from JD12 support the point he makes. As I say, it would be skating on very thin ice once we make that determination for him, because then he may very well say that we are withholding certain documents.
No, maybe let me explain what I was suggesting.
Yes, Commissioner.
It's not what you think.
Oh.
What I was suggesting was where his revised statement says JD4.
Yes.
Right? If that JD4 in the revised statement is a document that was already annexed to the original statement.
Yes.
And it was JD4 or JD12. We make that kind of cross-reference as he's testifying. Not necessarily that you go and sit down with him, but when he gets to that paragraph, and if you're going, say, for example, to refer him to paragraph 30 as revised, and he's got JD4 there, you then say, or he says, JD4 is in fact JD so-and-so in the original statement. That's the idea I had in mind. Not that you sit and make those choices.
Okay.
It's not your statement. You don't get to decide what goes into it.
We could do so, except I don't know if he'll be in a position to zoom in as he testifies with that accuracy. If, for instance, it's part of JD4, But now it's what in the amended statement he calls JD 14. It would be for us to assume that JD 14 is to be found, is part of JD 4 and find the correct pages. Now, sitting with Ms. Poe here probably is an exercise we can make. I don't think he can, because he would have to have both the annexures open before him and then and make that exercise. Chair, as I see it's gone past tea, perhaps a cup of coffee might help clear the mind as to know how to overcome this quagmire.
Thank you, Mr. Law. I had been thinking that for purposes of you either leading or probing, it may be practically difficult for you to be able to engage in an exercise that goes into the amended statement at this stage.
Yes.
So I was thinking whether we should not start along the lines of whatever it is you had planned to do.
Yes.
Which I assume will focus on the 6-pager and then possibly whatever probing, but to try to accommodate what my colleagues have said, which is we cannot ignore this statement. It's before us now, the amended.
Yes.
It's before us now. And because you said in terms of substance, there's not much difference.
No, we don't have a difficulty.
In terms of substance.
Indeed.
So between now and whatever point, you may then look into, or rather look at the amended statement and look at what points you then want to cover in accordance with what Commissioner Baloyi suggested. Cover with the witness. And if you've taken time to do that, identify which parts you would specifically want to cover, you will have been able to identify the original annexure numbers.
Yeah.
So that when we do the exercise, we say you've called this annexure this, but in the original documents it is that annexure. Let's just leave it at that. Take a cup of coffee, and maybe when we come back, we'll.
Just to say, my probing
Yes.
worked off the original statement, did precisely that exercise. Where we part company is the document I refer to.
Yes.
Does it have a separate JD number?
Yeah.
That's the only issue.
Yeah.
But that we will cover effectively everything that is
Yes,
also in his amended statement.
To
Yes,
cover,
that is
yes, to
open.
cover
That
the
will
point-
happen. Yes.
To cover the point raised by Commissioner Baloyi. Yeah. And,
now-
and
I'm
of
talking to
course-
Ms. Poe here to see if she can inherit this exercise.
She must do the cross-referencing and know.
As part of the
and
solution.
know which is which, yeah.
But previous attempts collapsed, but we'll give it another shot. Yes.
Yeah, and Commissioner Kumalo has said that when he reads, he will be able to identify which is which.
Oh, and-
it's a pity that he's not an evidence leader and therefore cannot.
Well, we shall call upon his
Ms.
help,
Poe
Chair,
on this.
definitely. No, okay, Chair.
Let's adjourn and maybe resume at 11:45 or what? 11:45.
11:45. Thank you, Chair.
We're going to.
One, two, one.